Hello, all you amazing, beautiful people this morning in honor of the Patriots absolutely going to the Super Bowl this year. Fucking go Patriots. I have decided I'm going to wear my old school Edelson jersey because, like, Edelson, Gronk, those are my dudes. You know, those are my dudes. My dudes. 52 degrees. I would take the 52 degrees, to be fair. Okay. I would totally take 52 degrees over what it is that we have here, which is just more. So we got like another 5 inches, I believe. Hey, Grave, I think it was like another 4 or 5 inches all over Massachusetts. So I have, as you can see, decided I was going to wear my Patriots colors today. We're doing red and blue to match our red and blue. All right. I was going to do space buns, but my hair was not cooperating. So when I started to do the space buns, I realized, like, crap, I'm going to have to use like a lot of bobby pins to like space them. And I was like not in the mood to do all that. So I said, you know what? Pigtails it is. You know, I'm going to throw it up. We're going to wear old school pigtail style and just like deal with it because it was too hot being on my neck. I needed to woosah that shit. All right. Oh, hey, girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was just doing old, I'm old and need to feel young sometimes. The pigtails make me feel young, you know? My hair's so frizzy though. Like I literally need like a keratin treatment, like something to get rid of such frizz. But I guess that's what you get when you're such a weird mix of Irish and Spanish and Congolese. And I'm a weird mix, legit. And so my skin tone is weird. My hair is weird. I guess I'm just weird anyway. So I guess it goes with me. So I want to shout out to Video Jesus, aka Video Judas, who's about to look really silly. She definitely keeps claiming that this download is fake. The download is fake. Chris faked the download, and he still cannot explain how you would get impossible information. It's not impossible information. And also, I have the raw data, the actual raw data. So I'm just saying, right? I actually do have blue hair clip-ins, but they're like aqua blue. They're not like dark blue. They're more like not even like my ring color. They're just much lighter. They're like an aqua. And I do have pink. I have pink hair clip-ins, which I might wear tomorrow. Cause like, and I also have black and they have like the gray streaks in them, like Elvira style. I have those too that are clip-in. I just need to get all the colors. I need some purples. You know, what I really want is a halo. You ever heard of the halos? They're like a headband, but it's like see-through, basically, the headband. And then it just gives you more like lift and waves. And I just want a black halo. There's a company that does ones that don't like move around. And I want one of those. They're so much easier than the clip-ins. The clip-ins are a pain in the ass. And unless you're getting actual extensions, which I have had before, years and years and years ago, I got 21-inch extensions. And my hair is already pretty long. As you guys can see, like this is it up. Okay, this is it up and it's already past my boobage area. Down, it almost touches my butt, like almost. But I've also lost like 50% of its thickness since COVID. So, you know, it's still quite thin for what I'm used to, at least. But I kid you not, red, white, and blue hair would be awesome. Maybe I'll just get hair tinsel for the game, you know? It's a party. I don't even think we have it's a parties anymore. I don't think we have it's a parties. So I'm going to show you guys some of the raw data and then like some of it in like looking at it form, because the raw data is words, literally. It's words. It's just all what, like here, for instance, I'll show you. And so I'm obviously going to show you in the regular form as well. But the raw data part of the raw data. Why is it doing that? Why is it not wanting to, like, it wants me to share the entire window instead of, like, why isn't it popping up on my Edge tab? That's really strange. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, cool. Whatever. We'll share the goddamn window. Our entire screen. Screen 2. Why is it giving me such... Here we go. So this is part of like part of the raw data. So yeah, we have rebranded a little. Okay. We have rebranded since we have been untwisting quite a lot of things We have been untwisting this malignant narcissist. We have been untwisting all of the things that he has twisted into oblivion for his victims, and continuing to untwist his lies basically daily. We have sort of unbranded, right? Unbranded to untwisted tragedies at the moment. So as you notice on the front of my YouTube, we have changed it from twisted tragedies to untwisted tragedies. My beginning sequel for the intro, we have added the 2 letters un in front of twisted and changed it to untwisted tragedies. We have changed it on X to untwisted tragedies. I popped up on Deidre's Spaces while I was going through the data last night. I had to like unzip the entire file, and it was just a whole rigmarole. But I had popped up on Deidre's Spaces, and they were not sure who I was because it said untwisted. So they brought me up, and I was like, no, it's still me. It's still me, guys. It's still me. So do not be alarmed when you go to my YouTube and you're getting an alert and it says untwisted tragedies. It is still me. It's still me. So we've just rebranded a little. You know, we're just rebranding a little to untwisted tragedies. So have no fear. It is still us. It's still us. Still me. Hi, me. I'm the problem. It's me. At T. You know, I thought about making this a members only stream. I really did. And if I was a serious cash grabbing asshole, I would have, because it's the raw data, right? Like people want to see it, like they'd pay for it. But it feels icky to me. It feels icky to me. There are too many people who can't afford the membership, even though it's only like $3.99. So I did not do that because it just didn't make sense to me in my head. Maybe if I was like 50,000 subscribers, that would make sense, but it just doesn't. Also, thank you to Cla for being a member. We appreciate you. I saw that early on in the stream. I just wanted to say thank you for that. Amazing. Also, we have changed the ticker and the smaller thing here. We have moved all of the other things out except Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. The debit and credit link is still pinned in the chat because I can't put that in the ticker or anything. But I moved out Revolut, Chime. Chime is the same as Cash App and Venmo anyway, and they're still all listed in the description of the video. The Amazon wish list, all that stuff is still in the description of the video. So never fear if those are things you like to use, Chime, Revolut, or the Amazon wish list, they are still there. They're still there. They're still in the description of the video. We just moved them out of the ticker and out of this one because it just makes it smaller, easier to see. And the PP is PayPal. That's what it means. PP dash. So have no fear. They're all still there. But we rebranded a little. Okay. Just a little bit. We rebranded a little because we're untwisting shit, right? We have this digital autopsy here. This digital autopsy. Isn't that amazing? That's what it is. It's essentially a digital autopsy, right? Like, you like that? Yeah. See, I don't know. You guys tell me. I love feedback. You know me. I gotta love feedback. And I know some of you have been with me a long time. So, you know, but we have been untwisting things for quite some time. So I just felt it was a little appropriate. And Amy helped me with this. Thank you, Amy. To change it, right? Like Amy came up with the idea. I loved it. It was a great idea. And she has some experience in this kind of stuff. So me and Amy worked on this last night. So, you know, we're doing a rebrand, right? I'm still me. We're still doing the same things, but we're sort of untwisting things, right? We talk about some very twisted tragedies, but we're also the people that change it, twist it, untwist the shit. Like take all the gobbled mess and pull it out of each other, right? It's almost like having all the cords and they're all, you know, discombobulated together, and you're like, damn, you're looking for a special cord that you haven't used in 20 years, and you find a pile of cords in like a bag in your closet, and you have to like undo all of them, and it takes like an hour or more to undo all of them to find the one that you want. Well, that's what it's like. It's like untwisting the jumbled mess of the cords being put together, you know? Well, we just got here too. We've only been here 11 minutes, so you didn't miss much. I was late. I was late because I had a phone call. I was doing something. I would have been like 2 minutes late anyway, but I had a phone call. So, nonetheless. So the raw data, this is part of the raw data. This, I kid you not, this is part of what it looks like when you start going through, like, and it gets archived and saved and you unzip the files. And so it literally will tell you what each little thing is. For instance, like this one says add online conversations unattributed.js. So it tells you like web events associated with the account in the last 90 days. So like each little one of these things will tell you what it means when you're looking at the files themselves, right? And this is the actual Twitter data and the account itself. This is the archived downloaded data of the entire account that is now called 5150 for Turtle Boy. And it shows me, for instance, save those for last because those are a little much. The account creation was August 24th, 2024. Okay. The account ID, the user creation IP address. Isn't that about a bitch, huh? Looks like it's not faked, huh? Video Jesus. And the email, joeyjojo207@gmail.com. The backup email is Turtle Boy backup email. Okay. Email changed August 27th, 2024 to joeyjojo207@gmail. So it's the same day it signed up. That's the email it used, as it can see right here, right? The protected history, it was changed on January 22nd and changed on January 22nd at 11:15 p.m. to unprotect from protect, right? The profile, it tells you the username now, right? How many followers, how many following, the bio, the website. Okay, so its screen name changes, right? Changed January 16th, 2026 at 2:04 p.m. from Joey Jojo 1376925 to State Street Mayor. It literally tells you when the screen, and then it says it was changed on January 22nd at 11:06 p.m. from State Street Mayor to 5150 Daddy, which is when Chris's team changed it, right? So this is literally your archive includes all the account data created up to the moment it was generated. Okay. Let's talk about how this is fake again. Video Judas Jesus. Let's talk about that again. Oh my God, Princess Leia, right? I did change the intro. It's not a new intro. I just changed it from twisted to untwisted. I mean, it's there. I could make a new intro. That would take me a lot of hours to make a new intro, but I've thought about it. I like my intro though. I worked hard on that intro. But there's not really much to rewind. I changed it because we have been sort of untwisting things. And whereas we do go over things that are very twisted tragedies, we're sort of the ones that delve into them and untwist them. So why not change it to that? Why not give it a little oomph, right? A little rebrand. So I've changed the icon, at least for now. I do love my icon. My icon is iconic. But we have changed the icon to a softer image. And the front of my YouTube page, it looks a little bit different. I probably should show you guys so that you're not confused when you go there and you're looking for me or you're looking for one of my videos and you go, where the fuck is it? Someone actually messaged me last night. It was like, I was looking for your channel and I didn't find it. What happened? So I guess I shall, hold on, let me pull this down for 1 second. I'll show you guys what it should look like when you find the front of my page. This is what it should look like when you see the front of it. This is how we changed it. Softer picture, a little bit of a, when you're on the TV, you'll be able to see the whole banner image, which is kind of like a spooky house behind it and the trees. You can see the trees here. It looks different via mobile or on the TV or on your phone. So you'll be able to see the whole sort of haunted house behind it if you're on the TV. And on your phone, it will look a little different, but this is essentially what it looks like on the front right now. Good morning, Justice. Well, here's the thing. Anybody at this point who's claiming that the account is fake really needs to check their own brain cells, okay? The account is not fake. It was never fake, okay? Nobody made it up to frame him. I mean, that's like the oldest thing that people say. It's like, oh, everybody made it up to frame him. Like, why? He's the only one who frames people, okay? He's the only one. Nobody else goes out of their fucking way to do this shit. You know? See, that's the thing. I don't know why some of these people defend him so hard, because it's like later on, you're going to look like a fucking idiot. And once again, as I've said before, he doesn't give an actual fuck about who he makes look like an idiot. as long as he can hide his behavior, right? He doesn't give a fuck. I think what bothered me the most when I started going through some of this shit is some of the people that he willingly talks shit about on his fake account versus what he's willing to say on his own account, which just tells me he's a fucking coward. I have one X account, one singular X account. I use that one X account to say whatever the fuck I'm going to say and say it with my chest. I do not need a fake account to say what I need to say. I want people to know what I'm saying and that it's coming from me. I don't need to hide behind a fake account to say it. For him, he clearly needs a fake account because in this account, he decided he would go after people like Nan, people that like he is not willing to sort of go after on his own account, which speaks volumes to me. Why won't you say this shit from your own account, bro? Say it with your chest. I mean, First Amendment, right? Freedom of speech and all, right? I mean, free speech is under attack, right? I mean, the other problem is that you have so many people that sit here and still play the it's fake game. It's like, okay, did this raw data pop out of nowhere? Did I make this all up? Did I? Just wondering, screen name changes. Wasn't BLT pointing out like the screen name changes and how it had to be an Aussie because the name was a Joey and Joey means kangaroo. Really, I mean, it tells me right here that he changed it on January 16th at 2:04 p.m. to State Street Mare. And when Chris changed it on the 22nd from State Street Mare to 5150 Daddy when he took the account. So I'm just asking for a friend. Did I magically fake all of this? Did I fake it all? It's fake, right? I didn't have to look at the back end of the raw data and this data. Like, it's all just fake, fuck it. It's all fake. I mean, come on. Like, really. It even has, as Chris has shown, hold on, let me pull this off the screen for a second because, I have to, there are certain things that are not. Okay. So this goes all the way back to November 2025. Okay. These are the IP addresses from where he accessed it. This one goes all the way back to November 24th, 2025. These IP addresses are traceable to the area that they came from. The one that is used the most is the one from where he lives. And then the other phones that he has. All right. Oh, thank you, MLF. I appreciate that, my friend. I felt like I wanted to do something just like easy, but cute. And so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing pigtails today. That's happening. I was going to do space buns, but I started getting out the bobby pins and I was like, you know what? This is going to be too much for me today. I'm not doing the fucking space buns. It's too much. Too goddamn much. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. Why go 10 times harder when you're wrong, right? Maybe you could go 10 times harder if you were right, but you are 1,000% wrong and just making yourself look more and more foolish as time goes on. So make it make sense. Make it make sense. Now, I really need to there's something I have to redact before I show it to you, but he even gives his phone number, his newer phone number, to someone in a DM, the entire phone number. And lo and behold, what's the phone number? It's the phone number he uses that he thinks and he says it's not connected to him. He says, well, it can't be traced back to me. The problem with that is it can, and it is. So, well, that's the thing. Everything's fake when it's convenient for them. When someone shows a receipt of something that they have said, then it's fake. It's AI, it's fake, it was made up, blah, 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 blah. But when it sort of destroys their narrative, they have no choice but to say it's fake or it's AI, right? Look at the account in all of the IP addresses. Now, you'll see a pattern of this one here, this one here. They're all the same over and over and over. 3 or 4 of them over and over and over and over. Right? Some of these have already been traced back to him and his house and his devices. But the point of the matter is, did we fake all of this? Is this all AI? I'm just wondering, Video Jesus, is this all AI? I mean, I must be pretty tech savvy then, if it's all fucking AI. Because here we are, still scrolling. We're December 30th, 2025 now, and we're still scrolling. Still scrolling. Now, there's a lot in all of this, but there's a theme when he tweets, right? And his theme when he tweets is to go after people, you know? And so, as you can see, this is when Chris has already taken over the account, right? So from this account, Chris actually sent a screen recording showing BLT that they were 100% wrong, and they didn't want to believe it, so they just blocked Chris from this account. But there's a theme on this account when Aiden had it, right? So down here, January 18th, this is before the account was taken over by the tech team. Why is 5150 giving Koala screenshots showing she committed a felony? Like, now it shows the ID of the tweet down here. Oh, let me remove this. Hold on. Shows the ID number of the tweet right here. And in the raw data, it literally shows the ID number of every tweet from the account that I have. And you can match up the numbers. It's a fake account that they made trying to make fun of LTL Brian. But I have no doubt that there's someone close to Aiden or Aiden himself, because you wouldn't be going that hard knowing you're wrong. Unless you're trying to do damage control. And why would you be trying to do that much damage control unless you're directly, linked to him? So when you do the digital autopsy of this, each tweet has an ID number, as you can see, as I'm showing you here with the mouse. Each tweet has its own ID number that you can then take into the back part of the data, right? And it'll literally tell me, it has a list of all of the ID numbers for each tweet. Me either. I have it blocked too. I've had it blocked for a really long time. It's just a stupid account, Well, that's the thing. For him to say, why is Meredith giving Koala a screenshot showing she committed a felony? It's like, bro, A, it's not a felony. B, you have committed so many felonies, it's not even funny. I don't even know how you're still out and about and not in silver handcuffs. I don't. Nice new bracelets. I'm not really sure how that has happened. See, and that's what makes me think it's partly Aiden, because, like, let's just be honest here. Aiden uses a ton of racist undertones and then claims he's not racist, which is so ridiculous to me. But nonetheless, this is the shit, right? So this one was January 19th, 2026. 5150 took a few days off after apparently reaching out to Aiden. Now he's talking about himself in the third person, okay? Like, literally. Took a few days off after apparently reaching out to Aiden and telling him the FBI is coming for him because she leaked an impounded discovery to her online friend in Australia. What I find so funny about that statement alone is Aiden leaked impounded discovery, in his cases, in Karen's cases, to whoever so they could release it. And his excuse to that was, well, I'm the only one under the order to not release it. They can release it. Hey, idiot, if you released it to them so they would release it, that's a violation of the order. Genius, you fucking moron. But that's his argument, right? That's his argument. So why not apply that argument here, Aiden? Does it not apply if it's not you, sir? I'm just wondering. Well, going by your own logic, isn't that how this works? Like, I'm just saying, Yeah, I mean, what these people have done to Nan has been a little, like, extra and then some. There's no real reason for it. So I think Nan smartly sort of moved her way away from people who were toxic and running in a cult, right? With cult-like behavior. And I think she finally sees, like, what was going on and has cleansed herself from the really toxic, shitty human beings. And she's taking the heat for stepping away from those really shitty, toxic human beings, which is unfortunate because no one should have to deal with that. No one should have to be like, you know what? I have now realized these people are shitty and I want to be away from them. Like that. There should be no reason why, if you're choosing to say, like, this is too toxic for me, I'm stepping away from these kind of people, you should deal with any sort of backlash because you did. Let's be honest here. These people are only mad because she doesn't support them anymore, because she started to see who they were. right? And so it's like they're not getting the support that they were so used to when it comes to her. Listen, I don't give a shit whether someone supports me or not, right? Like you could watch every one of my streams and not ever donate. I appreciate that you're here and you're watching it, right? Like I appreciate it. Like it makes a difference, right? Like your likes and subscribing and sharing and just watching, the views, like that matters. It's still supporting a channel. But these people care like a whole bunch, especially if you're donating to other people. And Nan donates publicly to LTL and Mike and people she supports, as she should. And they get upset. They get upset because it's not money they're getting, right? And I go back to thinking about the $500, because Jessica said it was $500 that she got from Nan to start her quote studio, and that she wasted it on 2 white chairs at $250 a piece. If you're just starting a studio, first of all, you shouldn't even be starting a studio until you're like well over 100,000 subscribers. But hey, whatever. Most people start in their homes, living rooms, basements, attics, whatever, right? Save money. You're not making enough to like be spending it on a studio or buying fancy this or that for cosmetic look. Like use a fucking green screen if you really need one. But my point is she wasted that money on 2 $250 chairs. That's not a good use of someone sort of trying to support you. And it's not like Nan ever said anything. It's not like she was like, oh, you wasted the money on 2 chairs. Like all Nan was trying to do was support her in the same way that she supported Aiden or Mike or LTL. And it's like, these people couldn't even give basic decency and kindness back to anyone, including Nan, but anyone else who had been donating to their channels. They couldn't give that basic human decency of these people are supporting me. Like, just treat them the way that you want to be treated. No, the second that Aiden or Jessica or any of these idiots went after her, they chimed in, jumped on the bandwagon, right? Jumped on the bandwagon and were like, we're going to go after her too. Aiden's such a fucking vagina that he had to do it on his fake sock account here to say something about Nan. What a coward. Say it with your chest. At least when I publicly had something to say, I said it from my own account, right? And I have since spoken with Nan and talked to her. And I don't think that it's too hard to say, like, we don't agree on the case, right? But the hate and the anger that's being thrown towards people, I felt really bad that she was being bullied. I had reached out a while back and just sent her a little note saying, like, I really feel for you, like, with these people coming after you, and she was gracious, you know what I mean? Like, because we weren't friends, we weren't, you know what I mean? Like, but I just felt in my heart like it's the right thing to do. Like, I'm watching Barry and all these other people just say these really clearly not true, ridiculous rumors, and it brings me back to that place where they were doing it to me and other people. And it's like, and I've said this over and over, I don't care if it's someone that you like or someone you don't like, right? I'm not going to stand by and allow someone to be accused or a rumor spread about them that just isn't true. If there was something about Jess Machado that was said that just I knew wasn't true, I would also say something. And I am not a fucking fan of hers at all, not even a little bit. But it's about having that, principles that you stand by. And one of mine are, I'm not going to sit by and allow someone to have things said about them that just simply are not true or are just done to be cruel and hurtful. It's just not okay, I agree with you, right? Hello, police? Hello? Did you find my shoe yet? This is Aiden Kearney. Did you find my shoe? Right? And that's the thing. Like, you don't have to like someone. Cool. Then don't talk to them or about them. It's fine. Like, most people aren't out there doing like damage to multiple individuals for funsies, but Aiden is. Right. And that's why you're seeing so much pushback when it comes to him, because he is out there hurting dozens and dozens and dozens of people for fun to hide his own bad behavior. And that is unacceptable. That's just unacceptable. It's completely and utterly fucking unacceptable. It is. It's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. I've watched them do it to Nan. I've watched them do it to people I know. I've watched them do it to MLF. I've watched them do it to Bonnie, Babs, Chris, me, Donna, Lindsay. Like, I have watched this happen so many. Leah, I've watched it happen so many effing times, right? Like, over and over. My friend Julie, like, I could just keep going down the list of anti and not anti people for days, literal days, okay, of all the people who have had rumors and lies spread about them from accounts just like this one, where Aiden's too cowardly to say it on his fucking own. He's got to use 17 fake accounts to do it for him. And then he's got to use 17 other minions to do it for him, you know? And I do think Jess sort of eggs shit on with him, right? Makes him think some of these crazy things are such great ideas. They'll bring in money. It's drama, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Like, what in the actual fuck is wrong with you? Lisa? Was that the one? Lisa? Cult Jam Lisa? Posted my son's ex account that she's going to call him and tell him I'm crazy. Hey, Lisa, Cult Jam. Let me just, or just Lisa, whichever one you are. Let me just fill you in on something. Her son is an adult, and he adores his mom. And he laughs at people like you. Just FYI. He laughs at people like you. He actually gets fun out of laughing at people like you, just Lisa. So I'm sorry that your fifis are hurt and that you think that her son is going to listen to some random troll on the internet. Actually, he just pokes fun at people like you. You know, we have a good chuckle out of it. So good luck to you. No, he can't. But Claude, this is something he's been doing for a long time, right? The jabs, the weird, like little. So what will happen is his audience won't pick up on it, and he'll do these little sort of phrases that only you will know is a jab at you, right? No one else will know, but you'll know. And he'll do it multiple times throughout his show. And so him and like a small subset of people will know it's a dig at you, right? And so you'll take that for a while. For a while, you'll take that and you'll just ignore him and you'll take it and take it and take it. And then he does a little more and a little more and a little more until ultimately he bursts at the seams and just goes full-fledged into saying your name and doing all this wild shit. And then you then react, right? This is what's called reactive abuse. When you then react, he goes, oh my God, they're crazy. They reacted to my constant poking and abuse. Look at what they did. They're talking about me. They're so obsessed. They're so crazy. Sir, newsflash, you're the crazy one. Somebody reacting to your constant poking and your constant lies and rumors and nonsense is not crazy. Also, every person that reveals something shitty about you isn't crazy. How many people on planet Earth, everyone has Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. I think Turtle Boy has Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. He thinks he's smarter and funnier and better than everyone on planet Earth, when in reality, he needs to go get a nose job and ask them to maybe replace his dick nose with a vagina nose because, I mean, to be fair, that dude is salty as fuck. He's got lots of sand in his vagina on like a daily basis. Like that's how salty he is, you know? Right? Stay in your fucking lane, dude. Talking about people's kids is just weird shit. Weird shit, bro. That's what we call hashtag weirdo behavior, all right? Weirdo fucking behavior. I don't know. That's a good point. Are those chairs fitting in her closet now? It's a good question. It's a good question. But don't we remember, weren't we making fun of people for using closets? Like, to be fair, I had a friend who they had like, I forget if like, it was like 2 walk-in closets that were like combined basically to make like a room. And so essentially her room used to be a closet. So when we were kids, her room was bigger than fucking mine. I had a regular size room, but it was small, but like it was a regular small size room. And so they had like redone the house or whatever and had made like 2 of the big, huge, giant walk-in closets into like one big room. So I remember though, Jessica and plenty of other people making fun of people for making closets into bedrooms. But it's so totally okay to have the studio in your closet though, because your name's Jessica apparently. So yeah, that makes tons of sense. Sure does. The hypocrisy is not there at all. Not even a little, you know? I mean, to be fair, I have a basic cam and a basic mic, right? Like I like my microphone, but I definitely could have a better microphone for sure. I definitely could. But I can't upgrade my equipment until I am bringing in the kind of money to upgrade my equipment. And also, it wouldn't be the first thing that I would do, right? Like if I had missing appliances or broken appliances in my home, those are the things I'm going to fix first before I start buying more equipment. Just saying. Just saying. Okay? Just saying. Machado's getting played now by Kane and the Menners group. Oh boy. Why even get involved with all that? Like, again, I guess drama, right? Drama pays. It's weird shit. All right. A single screen? Oh, fuck no. Listen, I worked off a single screen for over a year. It's a nightmare. Okay. You have to toggle back and forth, back and forth. If I'm showing something to you guys, I couldn't see the chat. Like, because I have to be looking at the screen I'm looking at to like pause and like, it was a fucking nightmare. Okay. And if it wasn't for people who support me and watch me, helping out when it came to monitors and things like that, like I would still be working with my old ass laptop, which is right here, and one screen. But, you know, thankfully I have this tech guy and his name is Freak. He's from the UK and he kindly, in his way of supporting my channel, got me these monitors and this mini computer, this mini Geekum mini computer. So if you want a good like streaming computer, you're going to need like, it's like over $1,000 for like one of the big towers and to hold all the memory and all that. I have what's called a mini computer. So it's literally this big. It's, you know, how there's like a big tower. I don't have a tower. It's literally this big and it's made by Geekum and it runs all the normal software that you would have. It's just sort of compressed into this little mini version. It has obviously less, you know, memory and all that, but it works just the same in the way that I need it to work. And that's all I care about. And if it wasn't for someone like Freak, I would still be working on my old ass laptop, getting it done in the way that I need to get it done, right? One screen is a nightmare. But I'll tell you, I learned how to make my own intro and outro. My intro, I made myself. That was my first ever attempt at figuring out. I had no idea how to edit. That was my first attempt on figuring out how to edit, how to add music to it, how to move music, how to move clips, how to add the clips together, how to make them like fade or not fade, get bigger and smaller. Like I had no idea on how to do any of that. And I can do a lot of tech stuff. That was not one of the things that I could do. It took me about 3 hours, I think, to do the intro. And it's, I don't know, 2 minutes long. The outro was my second ever time editing anything. And I did that myself. And it took me longer. It took me, I think it was like 4 hours to do that. And I had learned at that point to add 2 pieces of music together and mix them. And, you know, just by sort of messing around with the software and like doing this and doing that, I figured out how to do these things on my own. And I did. And my intro and outro are my first and second ever times trying to figure out how to edit anything. And I am extremely proud of the product that came out. So for someone doing their first and second times of ever editing and being self-taught how to do it, I think they're pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Like I give myself a pat on the back for that one. Good job, Elise. Good job. I absolutely was upset. Because I don't think that was the right thing to do. But again, I have had a conversation since then. See, that's what happens when you're adults, right? And adults can have conversations and talk about things. So I've talked to many people have reached out to me from the other side over the last 3 years. And I've had many conversations. I've had many apologies. And I'm glad that I had those conversations. I'm not somebody that just shuts down a conversation unless your name is Sewer Turtle, just because you're on the opposite side of something I, you know, covered. I mean, that doesn't make sense. I'm a human being. We don't have to agree on everything, you know, we just don't have to. And I feel like more people should be open to having those conversations because you never know what you might learn from someone else. You never know who the other person is. You might think you know, right? But until you get to know them personally and like things about them personally, then you don't really know who someone is, you know? Oh, now she's saying it's satire. That's funny because she wasn't saying it's satire while she was crying on every stream, you know? I can't. It's not satire. Let's be honest here. Like that's just an excuse. Oh, my whole show is satire. It's just an excuse for bad behavior at this point. I feel like, you know, like, come on. She's leading her audience in a way that feels planned. I mean, yeah, that very well could be, you know, that very well could be. It really could be. Well, that's the thing, right? Like most people don't realize the actual like impact this kind of brainwashing has on people. I'm not kidding. When I mean that like people are actually brainwashed and Aiden's actually running a digital cult, I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. Like, I'm not being facetious. I'm not exaggerating. Like I am being 100% honest with you guys. I'm being 100% honest in a way that I think people don't get, and maybe because I've talked to so many people who have sort of came out of the cult, that when people come to you later on and they go, listen, I apologize, or they just want to have a conversation and they're like, hey, I just want to talk to you. And I can admit now, like, I never thought that I would say this. And every time an anti said it, I would just like dismiss it and be like, there's no cult. Nobody's a cult. I think for myself, like, this is crazy. But once they were literally out of it, they said, a lot of them say the same exact thing, which is, I never thought that I would admit this, but I could now admit that it was a cult. I was in a cult. It doesn't make you less intelligent or less of a critical thinker to be sucked into something like that, because there are some really smart, intelligent people who got sucked into it. It's brainwashing. That's what brainwashing doesn't discriminate on who it brainwashes, right? That's the point. I think you have to sort of had talked to a lot of these people afterwards and sort of pick their brains about when, why, how, and all that, to sort of understand how someone, and I kind of take it and correlate it with, if you've ever been in an abusive relationship, and a lot of ladies and men will know what I'm talking about if you've ever been in one, where the person is coercively controlling you. They're controlling your finances, when you leave the house, how long you leave the house, what you can wear, what family you can see, what friends you're allowed to see, how long you're allowed to be on the phone before they start freaking out. Like, that's coercive control. Aiden does that to his audience. If you watch this person, you don't support me, go die in a hole. People are too afraid to have their families dragged through the mud all over the internet, and lies being told and rumors being told and all this real life shit that they would have to deal with, to simply criticize him, go against him, or even just simply step away from him. There's a lot of shit you have to deal with. People can't just step away. Listen, there are people who have been following him long term that if they step away and he doesn't see them in chat like he normally does, he will start reaching out to them. Hey, noticed you haven't been there in a while. Can I ask why? And then when they say, I no longer support you, or something along those lines, he will try to convince them that it's just they misunderstood. What can he do to make them come back? And then when they push back and they're like, just no, I just don't support you. Like, I simply don't. That is when he starts to rage out. Okay, cool. Nobody wanted you anyway. Go die in a hole. Nobody even cares about you. Like, the gaslighting after he's tried to rope them back in and it doesn't work is to burn it all down, right? Like, that's the same thing over and over. How many of you that were in Free Karen Read ever got a message from him trying to get him to drag you back into the cult? I want to know. Or at least anybody who's willing to say, like, because I've talked to many who have had that exact thing happen. You know what I mean? Like, so many. Oh, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. Listen to Deidre Spaces. I think Deidre still has it up, right? If you missed it. Yeah, I mean, it's weird to call that satire, Definitely weird to call it freaking satire. Hold on a second. I got something here popping up on my Venmo. Oh, Deidre, thank you. Deidre sends $10 for you. Boo, smooches. Thank you, Deidre. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. You guys know how to donate and support the channel, right? All the ways are there. I'll put them up on the screen. The link for credit or debit is in the chat at the top. It says support small creators, and it's there right at the top. You can click on it. You can enter any amount you want. You can put in any note that you want, even though you have to put in your details. Like, I don't read people's like government names out loud on purpose. If you don't want me to read it, you just say so in the note, and I won't read even the note or the amount. Some people want to remain 100% anonymous, and that's okay too. But just know that even if you send Venmo or Cash App, I'm not going to read your government name, and all of my Venmo and Cash Apps are locked down. So nobody can see my incoming or outgoing. So no worries when it comes to the cult. They can't see it. So they're not going to harass you over it. Let's see. Hold on. A lot of times it's to cover. She gave the chairs away. Like, you gave $250 chairs away. That's kind of weird, right? I was going to say, why? You paid $500. It's kind of a waste, no? Yeah, there's no way. You know what I mean? There's no way. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it's like mantras, right? Like repeating the same thing so people believe it. I don't think she gave them away. She spent $500 on those shares. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, there's lots of contradiction. You know what I mean? I was actually telling them before you popped in, Deidre, that like they didn't even know who I was because it said untwisted. So they added me and we're kind of just like, who in the heck actual fuck? And I'm like, no, it's still me. It's still me. It's okay. It's still me. It's still me. Oh man. Yeah, I highly doubt she's going to ever take the lead in asking for any attacks to stop because, well, like she said, it makes her money, right? Makes her money. Oh, lots of trials. There are some upcoming trials that we'll be covering, but um yeah, I highly doubt she would despawn. You know what I mean? No, I don't care one way or another. As you guys know, I don't really give a shit where you are, what chats you're in, who you watch, who you don't watch. Like that doesn't matter to me at all. Not even a little bit. Um I don't have a lot of faith that that will happen, if she keeps seeing super chats coming in while causing the drama, that they're just gonna continue. It's the same way Will operates. You know what I mean? Just crazy. That's just I mean, I don't know what happened with her son. I'm not up to date on that, maybe. I don't, I mean, that's so weird to me. Like you want to use a code for crazy, okay? Not for nothing, but the craziest person on any social media is Aiden himself. You know what I mean? That's weird. Yeah, like Leah is probably not only one of my closest friends, but someone that taught me like having these adult conversations are beneficial to both parties. Even if you don't end up ever talking again, having an adult conversation with other people, even if you don't agree with them on everything, is beneficial to both parties and can actually result in like peace and harmony. You know, it can. Yeah, satire. Fucking satire my ass. Literally satire my ass, you know? Yeah, I don't have faith that they will stop. That unfortunately. Drunk pink, is that what she called you? I mean, come on, it's 1 glass of wine or 2 glasses of wine. Well, by the way, I was having 2 glasses of champagne with you, so I guess we're all drunks that have a glass of wine or champagne on stream, you know? It's a little crazy. Yeah, it's nice of you to try, or all of you, nice of you to try, and I definitely hope that maybe she takes that advice, but it's a little crazy, you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, you know? Yeah, that gives me the ick, like, why poo-poo, like, decent advice? Like, decent advice of, like, just don't go there, you know? It is the root of all evil, unfortunately, you know? People change with power, match usually for the worse, yeah. I think I've always been a smartass. I feel like I was born a smartass, a little bit sarcastic, you know? Mm. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Going after people's families for no reason is a little crazy to me. It just doesn't make logical sense. I mean, I've dealt with it myself. Like, for what? For what? It's funny. And me and Amy were on the phone talking about how this is really one of the only places on YouTube where both sides can coexist. Um, and not be tearing each other down, like where we can have these civil discussions and talk to one another and like it's a safe space. Like I have never seen more people say like I feel comfy here. Like this is my place. This is my community. This is a place where both sides can sit, talk and talk about many other things. We don't have to talk about the case that's over, right? Like there's many other things we can agree on. We can agree that the adult bullying from accounts like this are fucking absurd, right? Like it's insane. And it's all for one reason, to hide his own bad behavior. You did. See? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you're probably not going to be the only one. There's a lot of people. I try not to because that would be giving out like their whole government name. It's like kind of a form of doxing, which is why I don't, unless they use it like online themselves, I won't use people's full names. And that's for that reason. You know, you don't want, even people I don't like, I don't want them harassed, you know, like it just doesn't, it's not how I operate at all. But I will definitely, if you have a question about who someone is, just let us know in the chat and we can definitely like, you know, give you information that would lead you to know who it is. Well, that's half the problem, right? Is when you take your nods on how to do things from someone like the sewer turtle, you're going to continue doing shitty things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if Aiden would say that we got 7 feet of snow and not 3 feet of snow, every one of them would be saying the same thing. Even if you went outside, measured it, put it online and said, or made a video and said, okay, guys, I am now measuring it. It's 3 feet, not 7 feet. They would then say that it was AI and that you made it up and that you altered the ruler and all these other nonsensical conspiracy theories other than what's clearly true, which is you went outside, you videoed it, and you showed how much it actually was. That's half the problem, is they're so busy trying to make up excuses about why it couldn't possibly be true to save his own ass that they completely miss that it's the truth and it's right in front of them, you know? That's the crazy stuff. I mean, I think people will notice, like people who aren't there anymore and don't support that behavior anymore, you know? It is definitely cruel, you know? It's MLF is just a person, right? She's not a content creator. She's not, and also, let's just throw this out there. I've gotten to know her. She's a good person, you know? She's a good person, right? If you even got to know her a little, you would know that. So it's like, she's not even a content creator. She's just a human. But I still don't believe that like content creators should be harassed into oblivion either. I'm a content creator. Do I think that that means that my family should be harassed into oblivion because I'm trying to stop Aiden creating more and more victims, him and his sewer crew creating more and more victims simply to hide his own shit behavior? No. Do you know how many people he has actually set up over the years? How many people he has made up fake receipts for to say they did X, Y, and Z that they didn't do, and nobody believed them and nobody listened because he brought receipts. He had someone spoof their number or someone spoof their email, or he did it himself and sent it to himself, or made up text messages, spoofed text messages, altered text messages, and showed, quote, receipts. Those aren't receipts. Those are fake, right? He did that to prove himself right because he knew there was no evidence to prove something right that never happened. So he needed that to trash someone. He has done that for 10 years, over and over and over. When does it stop? How many people need to get hurt before people stand up and say, this is not okay, instead of making 72 more excuses for him? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Enough is enough. It's been enough. Thank you, Deidre. I appreciate you, my friend. That's the best way to support any small creator, is directly. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, so that, you know, YouTube doesn't take that large cut. I think she meant giving grace to like people who saw through her and are no longer like in her chat, but used to be, if that makes sense, you know? I'm surprised no one bothered you when you stuck up for me. That's actually shocking to me. But I have noticed that like lately, a lot more people have been, because they're starting to see through it, which is good. That's a good thing, right? And I appreciate it. So, but usually people get shit, you know, by the turtle riders if they dare stick up for me. And of course, like they're going to go after you for sticking up for Meredith because, well, they can't have that right now, you know? Can't have that. Cannot have that, you know? Jimmy comes at everyone. I know. So that's why, because I changed it to untwisted. So she's like, I don't know. It says untwisted. I'm like, yeah, no, it's still me, guys. It's still me. It's still me. It's still me. Still me. Yeah, I mean, mental health is no joke, dude. Okay, I worked in that field for a really long time. Again, I have anxiety myself. I have PTSD myself. Like that, it's not a joke, dude. It can be hell on earth, you know? Actual hell on earth. So to make fun of mental health by calling someone 5150 like they're crazy, like the only 5150 person that I see anywhere is Aiden. And unfortunately, there is actually no cure for narcissism. Okay. Maybe for some of his other traits, borderline personality disorder, things like that, like you could get meds for, but there is no treatment for narcissism. There just isn't. They will forever keep doing this dumbass shit. Hold on a second, guys. I hear a weird noise and I got to check it out. Okay, there's a tent / fort being built in my living room. I heard the noise of like the sides of like the tent, what they would sound like brushing together. And I'm like, what is that noise? What is it? One of you amazing people got that for my little for Christmas. The pink tent. It comes with like fairy lights. She can like hang out in there and read a book or watch a tablet or TV or color and so it's being put together right now. even though I am not good at putting stuff like that together, but it's being put together right now. So there's so much gaslighting, you know. The gaslighting is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Because it's essentially saying to people, you didn't just see it snow outside. You didn't hear the plows going down the street. What you really heard was a tow truck. And what you're actually seeing is not snow, it's spray paint. And that's essentially what's happening. Is people are being told that they didn't see what they saw or heard what they heard. That actually what it is whatever spun narrative the sewer crew wants to give. You know what I mean? That absolutely is starting. You are 100% right, Steph. That absolutely is starting something. 100%. 100%. Why even get involved in any of it? Aiden and his relationships. She admitted that she doesn't know anything about it other than what Aiden told her. And not for nothing, but his track record is not good. He's allergic to the truth, you know, and he's got diabetes and there's no cure for diabetes. So, you know, I forgot he had court Friday until like I remembered last night, but like, ugh. See, that's what I mean. You might get through for like 2 seconds and then she goes right back to it. You know? Yeah, right back to it. You know? Yeah, but you tried. And that's all you can do, Steph, right? Is try. Like that's all you can do is try. And the fact that you even tried, like that's good, right? That's good. That's a good thing to do is try, you know? Going after LTL, going after Nan, like I would love to know what reason that she has for going after LTL or Mike or Nan. We know why she's going after Meredith, so I don't need to answer that question. But why is she going after LTL or Mike or Nan? All these people supported her, right? Who were kind to her, helped her out, gave her information that would help her out in starting a channel, money that would help her out in starting a channel. What reason? You know? Aw. Thank you, MLF. I appreciate you. You know, I wish more people did, like people with at least some integrity. You know, it doesn't always translate into dollars on my stream, which sucks for me, but at the same time, I enjoy all of you, you know? So even when I really don't make shit, I still enjoy you guys, and you just hope that the next day is better. You know what I mean? Like you could just try again the next day, you know? And I do see that a lot more people are sort of opening their eyes to this, but it's so discouraging to watch the people who are lying to their audience's faces be like, well, I made, you know, $2,000 today. I made $500 today. And my check for YouTube was $5,000. And it's like, I feel not for them like making the money, but for the people that spent it, that they just took a wad of money, put it down the drain and flushed it, or they took it and they lit it on fire and it just disintegrated, because ultimately they're just encouraging more bad behavior. They're encouraging more lies, more drama, more hurting real people's lives and real people. And to me, it's just sad because I know that when people wake up from it, they often feel like, wow, I wasted a lot of money trying to do what I thought was right and support someone that I thought was doing something good, just to find out they're not doing something good. They don't have any good intentions whatsoever. And now I feel like I contributed to that by contributing to them. And it's like, don't beat yourself up. There's nothing you can do about it, right? But then it also discourages people when they come out of scenarios like that to support the people who really do have good intentions or are doing good things, right? Because they don't want to get caught in that same wheel again, right? Where they think and then later on it's different. And I can't blame them. I can't, because I'd feel the same damn way. I'd feel the same way if I was them, you know? I just hope that one day everyone figures out like what they're dealing with when it comes to that, and that they realize that these are people who will sell, anyone and throw them under the bus to save their own asses, even if you did nothing wrong. They will point fingers at whoever they need to point fingers at to save their own asses. It's that simple. Listen, why not just take the responsibility? You make a mistake, you go, you know what? I was wrong, guys. I was wrong. It's not that hard. It's not. People would have grace if you actually didn't know you were wrong. You said something that was wrong. Later on, you found out you were wrong. Like, okay, just take responsibility for it. It's not that hard. The problem is it's not that simple with them. They're not just saying something that they thought to be true. They're actively lying on purpose to save Aiden's ass or their own, or because they have to lie to save Aiden's ass so that he doesn't throw their ass under the bus. I mean, it gets to be very convoluted, you know? I would love to, but as you guys know, I don't drive. I don't have a car, so I can't. Yeah, I get kids in school and stuff, so I wouldn't be back in time, unfortunately, if I tried to do that. I feel like she is triggered. She cries a lot, right? Like, I feel like, I'm not a crier. I'm not a crier. I cry when it has to do with my family or like death or like certain like things that I see that really are hurtful to other people or that hurt other people. That makes me tear up. But I'm not a big crier. I would rather like wait till everyone's asleep and cry in the bathroom, or when I used to have a car, take my drive to get coffee and cry there, for a lot of years, like when I would think about my best friend and really be upset that like she's been gone since 2014, I wouldn't want to cry in front of people, especially a year, 2, 3 later. And I'm sitting here and I hear a song and it makes me think of this thing we did and this thing we did and this thing we did. And I would just get in the car and cry. I'm not a crier, and I'm not a crier in front of people. But I feel like some of these people, it's just, I don't know. Can they turn it on and off? Is it a button? Like, what is happening? Oh boy. And that triggered it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, you have had more than your fair share of bullshit. That's for sure. It's sad for all the creators, because then everybody puts creators in one box, right? Everyone puts all the creators in one box. So like, I have to then sit there and listen to people go, all these fucking creators that do X, Y, and Z, and like where I know that I don't fit into that box. Even people who like I'm friends with who are they're not talking about me. They're talking about these shitty sewer crew people, right? But hold on a second, guys. Hold on one second. I'm getting a call. I have to answer. Hold on. Sorry, guys, I didn't answer that. It's my doctor's office. So it's important. It's important. I try not to miss those calls because usually it's the doctor going out of his way to call me and talk to me about my treatments and medications and all that stuff. So my apologies. Can't control when they call. So I don't know who will show up Friday. That's a good question. You're not stupid and naive, Steph. You just want the best and you want people to be the kindest. Believe me, I'm with you, for a long time, I didn't set boundaries where I would just say yes to helping pretty much anyone with pretty much anything. And I still help pretty much anyone with pretty much anything, but there are boundaries. And you have to learn how to set those sort of healthy boundaries. Otherwise, people will take advantage and they will take your kindness for weakness. And people learn the hard way with me. I will not take my kindness for weakness. It's not acceptable, and I give people chances too, but it's not about too many chances. It's, if they do something wrong and they apologize or realize that they did something wrong, then that's the chance that they need, right? Like, I'm not going to give 5 more after that. Like, they realize the mistake they made or whatever. No one's perfect. And I don't call everyone out on every silly, tiny, stupid mistake they make. That would be ridiculous. There's no such thing as perfect. And there's plenty of things that I just let, sort of ride off my shoulders. It has to be pretty bad for me to even say something, but I have learned that just by giving your perspective to someone or asking questions or having them ask you questions and them get the answers, that people can perceive things differently. They can assume people are doing something for some reason, but they might not be. And so that's where I always say context means something. Context is everything, A lot of people just assume that, like, someone said that they needed a shovel and rope and the next door neighbor says that they murdered someone. So they needed shovel and rope. So it must mean they murdered someone because that's the screenshot they were shown. The part of the screenshot that they weren't shown was, thank you for letting me borrow your shovel and your rope. My plants look amazing. Context fucking matters. It really, really does. It really fucking matters. That's the difference. Yeah, see, no, my family knows. And I mean, even though my little sometimes likes to pop in and she tries to sneak to get on camera, I shut the camera off. But that's why I'm in a completely separate room. My family knows. I'll say, like, I'll leave so what I do is I leave the door open when I'm just working, like, on the computer and doing work here on the computer. Like, I'll leave the door open. When I shut the door, they know that I'm going live or that I am live. So I would never want my kids to think I'm not live and then have them be on camera when they don't want to be. There's a lot of that going on. Blind loyalty. I invite anyone to ask a question of me because I have no problem answering them. People will email me, text message me. I'll talk to people on the phone. It's hard to talk to people like through the phone on Twitter because it cuts in and out. It's a pain in the ass, but I have talked to people that way as well. People from overseas and stuff because it doesn't cost money. But so I've done that, but it's like, a lot of people, like Magic said, some of these people are just unhinged and like Lost said, there's a lot of just blind loyalty to shit. And it's disturbing, it's really freaking disturbing. Hey, Beach. Yeah, that's the only reason why I don't. Well, Jimmy would be Auntie Deb. The only Jimmy we would be talking about would be Auntie Deb, AKA Auntie Deb. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If someone no longer is in my chat or doesn't chat here, like, I'm not going to seek them out to harass them. Like, I might seek them out to check on them, make sure something medically didn't happen or they're not having an emergency with their family, or people actually usually come to me and they say, I'm not going to be on a lot because I have this going on. So don't worry, because they know I'm like a mama bear that kind of worries, right? Like, I want to make sure, like, you're not like, you went to the grocery store and your car veered off into a ditch and nobody knows, and I haven't heard from you for a day and a half. Like, I like to make sure everybody's okay, Well, they shouldn't be that pressed. You're allowed to change your opinion on who you support. Look at all the people that found me through them trash talking. They were like, I'm going to go find a monster. Let's see where we can find this monster. And then they were like, wait a second, where's the monster? I didn't find it. Where did it go? As a matter of fact, what we found was the complete opposite of a monster. Can someone explain this to me? Why were we gaslit so much? So it's like, thanks, Aiden. I appreciate that. Thanks for all the free advertisement. Thanks, Sewer Crew. But But that's exactly what they do to everybody, MLF. It's not just you, darling. And that's the part that pisses me off is look at how many just innocent people who just simply don't support him anymore because of the things he said and he's done, his own behavior, that they need to make an example out of them for supporting people before. I mean, I really think that's part of why they do it to Nan. The New Jersey case both the New Jersey cases are still going forward. I know that Donna's is, oh God, I think she said it was February 2nd or February 5th or February 3rd. It's in the first week of February. I have to check with her again on exactly what the date is. And the other one, that's also still going forward and has a court date that's upcoming. So I know, right? It's because you never think that people would act that way, you know? I didn't have time. I was going through, I did not know I was going to get so like, there's 6,000 files in this. I didn't realize that like half of it would be some of just like the raw data and like whatever. And so I was sort of going through these files and I didn't have a chance. I did while I was going through the files pop on and listen to Deidre. But at that point, it had already been like an hour past the time Sean was supposed to go on. So I didn't know if I missed it or not. I was like, I can always, go back and watch it later, Yeah, I don't blame you, I mean, nobody should be burned at the stake for wanting like kindness. That just seems really crazy for me. Appreciate you, Sam. I appreciate you. But I didn't get a chance. I did not get a chance. I did not. I agree with you, Beach. I think there's more anti-him support than there ever has been before. And I think that that's a good thing because I can't imagine. And it stops with us. Like if we stand up and say no more, like then no more. This many people have never stood up against him to say no more. Ever. In all the history. It's been a couple people here and there, and then people just, hammer them down. You're a liar. You're a crazy person. You're this, you're that. Turtle Boy said so. And so people just try their hardest and then they fade away because no one's listening. But it's not like that right now. Right now, there's a lot of people pushing back, pushing back and saying, no, we're not just going to let this shit go because you're just going to do it to someone else, Listen. B and you will probably never agree on that case, but that's okay. You know what I mean? That's okay. We don't have to. That's the beauty of having your own opinions is we don't have to, we don't have to agree. People are finally saying enough is enough, Yeah, that's weird. Like that's your love language. That's a weird love language, Oh, thank you, Space Coast. I appreciate you. And that will bring people over eventually, Once people hear it enough, they're like, yeah, check this out, I agree with Beach. I've never seen so much it's analogy. It was an analogy. I know I'm behind on the chat, but I was using it as an analogy, like because it snowed here and because we have 3 feet of snow right now. I was just using it as an analogy. I do think that eventually he will end up in jail, It was the 8th worst in their history. That's great. Yeah, we're supposed to get more this weekend, and it could be a bomb cyclone, I heard. Yeah, the sewer crew. That's because he's the sewer turtle, So that's them, the sewer crew. the sewer crew, Well, that's what he does, is he delegates it out to other people so he can go, I didn't tell them to do it. I have no control over these people, If I made $10K in a month, that would buy me a used car, and I would save the rest if I didn't have to spend it on bills towards hoping that I would make that again and save it towards a down payment for a home. That's what I would do, Or yeah, if you needed heat for your house, for me, the first thing I would do if I made that kind of money would take 5,000 and get a used car. That's what I would do, 100%. Because I need one. Because I need one bad. Hi, Standing. How are you? LTL apparent said he didn't like Aiden and others to Jess privately when he came on our show. Likely the conversation was like this. Jess, good morning, Brian. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. Hello? Yeah, we were told, I was just reading before I come on, that could be a bomb cyclone. There's a bunch of posts. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. I've only been here an hour. So we'll get to it, but I'm just kind of trying to catch up on my chat for a moment because I'm way far behind. Oh, thank you. I can't believe he's buying a house either because he's just using all of everybody else's money so he doesn't have to spend it on his own defense fund, which is truly sickening to me. I don't even ask when I really do need it, like really do. And here he is asking people for over $300,000 that he could spend of his own money. That just doesn't sit right. But he could call everybody else a scammer, you know. Donna, he called a scammer for not giving him his 7 pennies on 4 t-shirts that had a turtle on it. She had no obligation to give him a cut of that. She offered to help him out. She offered to help him out for his defense fund, but when he didn't get it right away, right when he thought he should have, even though she wasn't done selling shirts, like he didn't get it when he thought, so now she must be a quote scammer. Then he tried to say that she didn't donate to Karen's defense fund, which she did. $300 as a receipt for that. I have it. She's posted it. It's been, so Aiden accidentally showed that and then like tried to act like he didn't just show it accidentally and then still claimed the lie and people still bought it. It's like, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't get it. When the justice page was there and I was a part of it, some lady was selling bracelets and with a turtle on it, just a regular turtle, right? Wasn't a turtle boy turtle. It was just a regular turtle. And he demanded that she give him like $3 per bracelet or whatever, like a cut of it because there was a turtle on it. While he sold free Karen Reed merchandise and made an entire rant about how he's not giving her a single penny on it. Make it make sense, everyone. That's his biggest problem is he's a fucking hypocrite. He wants all the rules to apply to everyone else except himself. You know? Brian, hi, Jess. You see what Aiden said yesterday? He's such an asshole. Going after Peg and Paul isn't helpful. You're agree. That's probably how that conversation went. He's some sort of hero in her mind. I don't know. I don't blame them, Amy. I'd want a refund, and he clearly has it to give them. I'd be asking for a refund if I was them, you know? Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a burner yet either that I needed other than I've had one before. 2 years ago, I had one that I used just to say funny shit from. And I maybe used it like a dozen times, and that was pretty much it. Haven't had one before that or after that. And right? How rude to not worship the liar and hypocrite, you know? Well, I don't even think he's written any blogs lately, right? Is that even like a thing anymore? Does he even write those anymore, you know? I'm just saying. Ooh, heating blanket. That sounds amazing. I mean, sorry, my phone's like kind of going a little bit crazy right now. I just need to see what the hell's going on here. Sometimes I get incoming information. Hold on. Oh, man. Sorry. I think a lot of people think he's nasty, but too many people are not willing to say something. And I agree with you. And that's something, Magic, I've been working on for at least 2 years now is talking to politicians and different other advocates, trying to get a bill put in place about some of this cyber stuff and what people should or should not be allowed to do when it comes to cyber stalking and cyber harassment. And change some of these laws in Massachusetts over at least starting here on what's allowed and what's not allowed. So that's something that I've been working really hard on for 2 years already. And it sometimes could take close to a decade to actually get something like that put in place. Believe me, I helped when it came to the medication in jail thing here in Massachusetts. And I think that took us 8 years. So it could take a lot of time. Numbers of subscribers versus dead subscribers. So that's another thing you have to remember, like when a video is done, how many views does that video have? If you're getting, 1.9 thousand views on a video and that person has 3,000 subscribers, that means more than 75% of that person's subscribers are watching, right? If you have 160,000 subscribers and you're getting, 30,000 views, that's not a good ratio, So I would be embarrassed too. I don't know why he would ever tell anyone that. Like, yeah, I'm buying a house. Okay, why are you buying a house if you're asking people for money for your defense fund? That just doesn't add up. You know what I mean? She absolutely does. Have you ever seen her chart? She has the worst judge of character I've probably ever seen in my life. Happy tears are always good. I love happy tears, Listen, I used to be like that until my abuser. So, like, I think a lot of the times I lock shit away until it's too much and then it explodes, you know? Yeah, that's weird. Why would you need a pest control inspector and not like a regular inspector, you know? Weird. There's a lot of just unhinged people, you know? Um, well, that's the thing. They're not unbothered. If they have to claim how unbothered they are all the time, like when someone asks, I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, you know? But I don't go out of my way to be like, I'm so unbothered. You know how unbothered I am? I'm unbothered. Like that tells me that you're clearly bothered, you know? Where did she come from? Well, she was working for the Fall River Reporter that later fired her. And I think she, told them she wanted to cover the Karen Reed case. And that's how she kind of like wiggled her way in there. And she was covering the Karen Reed case for the Fall River Reporter. That's where she came from. Out of nowhere is where she came from. She saw a big case and tried to wiggle her way in. You know, it's that simple. Just claims Brian complained about several people, but either way, it's a silly way to handle it. Okay, well, even if he did, and that's supposed to be your friend, are you not letting your friend vent? Right? Like, even if it's someone you like and they don't, like, that's still your friend. And if they're trying to vent, like, that pisses you off so much that you don't have a conversation with your friend, but you blast them on the internet months later, that's fucking kind of weird, you know? Weird. Yeah, I don't know who does that. I'm not going to do an entire stream on a random person. Like, I might mention them if they're like just being fucking extra, but like I'm not doing an entire stream on a random person. That's fucking insane. Like, yeah, well, we know that, you know? It is wild. It's fucking wild, you know? Oh, I forgot about that interview from jail. Oh, I forgot about that. A lot of people are just like, who am I? And I'm just like, blocked. That's strange, you know? I do not know what happened. I've also gotten recently someone reached out, actually a couple people reached out to say like they were talking about me the other day, and I'm like, I don't even know who these people are. So like that just says more about them than it does me. You don't know me and I don't fucking know you. You know what I'm saying? Like she wishes. I don't know how anybody could be a stalker when she actively gives out all our information, you know? That's the thing, right? She blocks anyone if you say like one thing that's just like not a thing. I block people when they're trolling or when they're trying to like be insulting or nasty. I'll just block them. I don't have time for that shit, you know? Well, that's exactly what she's betting on. She can take over when Aiden goes to jail. I just don't think it's going to go the way she thinks it is. You know what I mean? I'm sure it was fucking wild, you know? I mean, listen, I don't shit on people who can't, pay their bills, bro, because living in this state, the state that I live in, it's one of the most expensive states you could ever live in. My problem is when she shits on other people who can't pay their bills or who don't have the means or lost a job or have medical conditions that causes them to not be able to do it while acting like she's high and mighty. That's the problem that I have. I would never shit on someone for being poor and having to deal with things that poor people have to deal with. Poor people often deal with evictions, credit card debt, things of that nature because they're fucking poor. They lose a job or they have medical or whatever. Like there's many circumstances. So I'd never shit on someone for that. It's because she shits on other people for that and then acts like she's never been through it. That's the part that bothers me, you know? I don't know what's going on with JFK. That's a good question. I can ask someone I know who's friends with them and see if I get an answer for you guys and see, what's going on. That's essentially it. You're a scapegoat, MLF, you are a scapegoat. And it's unfortunate because I've been a scapegoat for a long time, a long fucking time. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. But, to each his own, to each his own. I know that he was working on a case, that case from the 90s. Mitz says JFK is in Boston starting the groundwork for the case of the lady was returned from the airport in the 90s. So maybe that's it, but I will reach out and ask. She assumed you're a troll, questioning something that was hypocritical because you don't use your name or face. Okay, a lot of people don't use their names or faces. Does that magically mean everyone's a fucking troll? I mean, that's kind of absurd. Just saying, And I don't blame him. I've taken 2 breaks of like 6 months each, and sometimes they're just needed. They're literally just needed. Mental health is a real thing, and sometimes it is so taxing and mentally and emotionally effing draining that, there's a reason why a break is needed, you know? But this is why I will never just leave because, Aiden, Will, Jess, Melanie, Nurse Kim, that's what they want. They want you to go away and disappear, and I will never fucking give them that. I will never give them that. From what I understand, YouTubers are mad that LTL, Mike, and JFK told them that they're not welcome to support Karen Reed if they support Turtle. Well, I mean, I don't know how you could support both at this point. If anybody's anti-Karen, Aiden is the most anti-Karen of any fucking buddy. Yeah, so I'm being told that he's working on a new case. That's why. He's busy working on a new case, creating new content for all you beautiful, wonderful people. So that's a good thing. So I hear that they're that's what they're doing. They're doing well and they're trying to work on a new case, and I love that. I love that for them. I enjoy those guys. I enjoy them. Yeah, I mean, but he has no qualms about calling anyone the C word. I mean, look at how fast. If they decided today, that beach, for instance, was their target, you would see first one of the sewer crew, then Aiden, because he likes to try to say he'll feed off the other people, when in reality, like, he's giving them a talking point. They're going at it, and then he talks about it because they talked about it. So he can later on be like, well, so-and-so talked about it first, and I just was talking about it because they were talking about it, right? So he feeds them whatever narrative he wants. They talk about it, and then he gets involved, and the rest of the crew does their sewer crew thing and circles the wagons to come against this one person, and it's all to do one thing. It's to get them to shut up and go away and not talk about the things that they're talking about that are truth. Because if people latch onto the truth and they do their own research and they figure out that it's the truth, then they're in some deep shit. Then people are going to figure out that they're hypocrites, they're liars, and that they're actively hurting people, real people and real lives. And that doesn't sit well with people. And they know if it doesn't sit well with people, then these people are going to be like, you know what? I no longer support you. I don't support what you're doing. I don't support what you're starting to do to other people. I don't support the lying. I don't support the crap behavior. Like, this is what they want. What? YouTube user research. YouTube sent me something. Joining user research studies. I don't think so. Well, that's the thing, like, how do you support the person that actively tried to control the other person because he thought it would make him famous? I mean, come on. He does not check sources. He doesn't check information. If someone messages him and says, I know this person and this and this and this happened, he doesn't check to see if that's actually true. He doesn't check with the person he's going to do a quote story on. And by the way, Jess has admitted all of this. Jess has admitted that the hit piece that he did on her was a hit piece. And that when she talked to him after, she corrected many things, but he never went back and retracted or corrected anything. Right? So that basically it was a hit piece of information that he never checked. And it's like, so you're shocked when he does it to other people? Like, that's his standard operating procedure. So to act like she doesn't know now that that's his standard operating procedure when she's told that story 17,000 times is fucking mind-boggling, and it's really just insulting to people's intelligence. JFK posted 3 shorts yesterday about the case, guys. The one that he's covering. Oh, okay, cool. Bye. It's not been 2 hours. It's been an hour, but all right. And I'll do things on my own time because this is my channel. Just saying. Okay, so yeah, credit where credit's due. Credit where credit's due. Yeah, that was the whole crazy thing. Well, he does have regular income. He has regular income for YouTube, but he just, doesn't need his people to know that, Yeah, and the realtor would know. They would set you up with an inspector. Yeah, most people do the inspection prior to purchase, I have no idea. Yeah, the Donna story probably was for content only. It is good on JFK for covering it, Her name was Susan Taro. Oh, I don't want to butcher her friggin' last name. 27-year-old Northwest employee at Logan Airport. That's really sad, you know? Yeah, millions. Absolutely freaking millions. Millions of dollars from it. It is awful for her family. Well, that's all he can, because that's what made him money. No, it's definitely got to be Aiden at this point, because I mean, this one here that Chris's team took over. Like, I'll show you the like theme, and this is a theme of what he does in a lot of these other like sock accounts. Is he likes to talk about himself in third person. You know what I mean? No, but he's not innocent, right? So it's like he clearly is not innocent. He clearly belongs in jail. If a mental institution would do it, then I would say there, but it won't. You know? No, he has nothing trademarked either. And he also complains about like, oh, I'll use whatever I want because that person doesn't have a trademark, but it only applies when it's him, right? Like what they don't understand is that the witness intimidation statute in Massachusetts has been found to be constitutional multiple times. It's like, good luck trying to change it. You know what I mean? You're not changing a policy takes forever. I've done it. A lot of people do that too, Magic, but some people don't. They just don't want to see what he has. A lot of like hate watchers that still stay subscribed to watch, you know? That too, if he was banned from everything, that would probably do it as well, because then he wouldn't really be able to do much except from like Rumble. You know what I mean? It could be. Absolutely could be. Oh, if you just read the statute itself, like, he's broken the statute. He absolutely did, you know? There's a big house with bars waiting for him, right? Silver bracelets. So I'll tell you, the medium house in Massachusetts, like median, is about 500,000. And that's on the lower end, right? Like, literally. You could buy a shack for like a small house for like 500 to 600,000, you know? I mean, you can't, he definitely has to have a regular income if he has memberships and all that. He might only get paid one time a month, but that is an income. And your memberships, YouTube pays one time a month through AdSense, Google AdSense. And so that there's you file taxes on that. Like, it's income. It is income. So I'm sure with all of his merch sales and all of his memberships and super chats and regular donations to his Turtle Chat, like, you know, the same thing he does for Turtle Chat is essentially the exact same thing I did when it comes to my link that's pinned in the chat here on YouTube. It's a link that people can use to use their credit or debit cards, and they can put any amount they want in. He just calls it Turtle Chat. But that goes to my PayPal. I file taxes on. They give me tax forms, and I file my taxes on that, you know? Do you know how long that revenge corn thing took to pass? A lot. And it was changed in ways that we didn't want it changed, you know? Yeah, he did write a story on her. I was just talking about that. She called it a hit piece where he didn't check information, and he didn't, you know? So, well, first time, if you didn't buy that other house, first time home buyers, there is no like, there's a program where there's no limit of like 2 years. They just want to see that you have like a steady income. So, I mean, there's different programs for different things, you know? She doesn't want to see him alone, if that makes sense. It's not going to change to make it easier for someone like Aiden to do what he's doing. Not in a very blue state. It's not going to happen, you know? Yeah, like, so the story happened. It's a classic example of running back to your abuser, though, you know? He did do the Eddie O'Brien story. Yeah, so I'm told that he is working on a story right now for you guys. And he's getting to the bottom of this murder from the 90s, which is really cool, you know? I mean, it gets crazy. Glyer threatening him. Oh, because he's coming Friday, right? Exactly. Sorry, I'm going to try to get down to the bottom of these. I know I'm skipping you guys' comments, so if there's anything that's like super important, they have training in how to be an online menace. I'm just seeing that from you, Law Nerd Amber. It's so funny. They do it for sport. So I think I'm at the bottom. Melanie dropped a nuke on Nan the other day because Nan chatted at LTL that the Reeds don't like Melanie. Meltdown of the year so far. Well, that very well might be true. So it's like, why is that You know, here's an idea, Melanie. Maybe if you didn't sit there and pretend that you don't have X when you have X, maybe if you didn't pretend that you support Aiden in every single thing that he does, when in reality you're just too afraid to stand against him, then maybe they'd like you, you know? No, she's not. First of all, that Kelsey Fitzsimmons video shows absolutely nothing. It shows her answering the door for 3 cops. Okay? Let me just throw out there the reason I saw a lot of people in the comments going, all cops knows DCF. That can't be the standard procedure. It is. And I'll tell you why. In Massachusetts, when a parent or grandparent goes for guardianship or custody and they go straight to the court system, DCF has no standing. Child Services has no standing over that. They cannot go against a court order. They have no right to be doing any investigations or any this or any that because the court has already ruled on it. So they would not send Child Services or DCF or CPS out with the officers to obtain custody of the child because they already have a court order, right? There is a court order. So they would not be asked to go out with the officers. They would only go out if an investigation was called into them ahead of time. And even so, if the other party then went to the court and got this order, then that completely pushes Child Services off the map. They would no longer be allowed to be engaged in any way in that unless the court ordered it. So no, DCF, CPS, Child Services should not have shown up with those officers. It was standard procedure what they did, and there would be no reason for them to be there because the order was already given in a court. They cannot circumvent an order. They cannot go, outside of an order. The court has already decided. They're called in when someone calls and makes a report. Obviously, the father didn't call and make a report. He just went straight to the court system to try to get emergency custody, which is what looks like happened. So in that instance, when you go to the court to get emergency custody or guardianship, yes, they do only listen to the one person. Yes, they take everything that person says as if it's true. Yes, I agree it's run like a fucking kangaroo court. Yes, I agree it should not happen like that. Yes, I agree that there is no reason on planet Earth that they shouldn't be looking into the claims that someone is making, but I will tell you firsthand, they don't, okay? And so I agree that, child and family courts run like a kangaroo court. They don't do any investigation. They'll take whoever's word for it without looking into anything and make a ruling. They do it all the time. I've never actually seen them go out and investigate something before they decide it. They just don't do it. They take the word of whoever filled out the damn affidavit as it to be true, okay? So anybody can go in there and say anything and try to get custody and boom. It happens every single day in my state and other states. And then people don't speak up because then they're threatened by the government and government officials because that's a lot of money. Okay. It's a racket. All right. Family court systems are a racket. The only ones benefiting from it are the lawyers and judges and the, child advocates and all those. So it's not out of the ordinary for them to have not shown up with Child Services. They did exactly what they would do if a court was involved, which is go there, give the paperwork and say, we're going to need to take the child because the father now has custody through the court. It did go how it was supposed to go. And yes, they will show up with more than one. Somebody's like, why 3 officers? Well, because it was a restraining order as well. And it's for domestic violence, as I heard. And so, yes, they have to show up with more than one officer because there's a big risk of violence when you're dealing with restraining order or domestic violence or something like that. So yes, they always send more than one officer. So let me just fix those ridiculous, nonsensical things that people were saying in the comment section. And it just goes to show me how many people don't really know what the hell they're talking about. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know why you would need to take credit for a video that anyone could get with a FOIA. I mean, cool, you put it on the internet, but it shows nothing. If I had that video and I requested it, there's no reason I would put it out there because it shows nothing. It doesn't debunk anything. It doesn't show anything. It shows her answering the door and walking into the house and the officers following behind her. It shows absolutely nothing. There's no reason to even put a video like that out other than to maybe give some bias like, oh, she's with her baby. Like, that's it. That's the only reason you put that out there. There's no point in it, I agree. I agree, just be contacting them to ask them why they have a different opinion. Like if they wanted to tell you, they would tell you, It's weird. It's weird. Yes, they create multiple accounts, and then when they think that they need them to create a ruckus, they use them. Kind of like this one, you know? Yeah, well, you know what? Melanie Little might want to tone it the fuck down, right? Like she keeps running her mouth about Nan, and it's like, what's your problem, lady? Here, you have a problem, maybe say it yourself, you know? I agree that they should have brought a mental health worker, but not every um office has one on every shift, and it's a whole rigmarole. I've literally said in past years on Facebook to certain departments, like, will volunteer to stand in front of you as an officer and be the mental health worker that helps deal with it, because there were too many people with mental health conditions that were being shot and killed by officers that didn't need to be shot and killed. And so for me, I was like, I will be your shield if you let me talk to this person first, because that life did not have to be taken. That's just how I feel about it. You know, mental health is a serious thing, but there are ways to deal with things that don't involve shooting someone just because they're coming towards you. They're not in their right state of mind. It's just doesn't make sense to me. This is why they taught us at the prison how to hold a full grown man in a hold, right? And they can't headbutt you. They can't move. Like the most they can move is like this much, right? And anyone can learn these holds. The cops could be trained in these holds, right? So unless they have a gun to your head or they're pointing it at you, I don't think we should be shooting someone in the chest that has a butter knife, for instance. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Or because they're trying to walk around the police and the police won't let them, they're now shooting the guy with a steak knife. Like, he's simply he's a schizophrenic trying to walk around the cops who are blocking his way to walk down the street. And instead of like moving out of his way and then keeping an eye on him, y'all shoot him. Like, that's the stuff that just doesn't need to happen. It just doesn't, you know? It just really, really doesn't. Steph said, I'm confused about the Nan thing from trying to follow what Jess was saying. Yes, I was listening to her in her lies. She said Nan bullies her and hates her and calls her fat. Okay, let me just clear that out. All right. Nan does not bully her. Nan has never bullied her. She was the one who started talking about Nan. That's like public for everyone on planet Earth to see. All right. Literally. So what? Yeah. Nan gave her $500 to start her studio because she was given the dog whistle by the sewer crew to do so. Because Nan is friends with LTL. So that was enough, you know? Less filters. Yeah, for sure. She does. Melanie said she hates fake stuff, but she clearly loves them filters. You know what I mean? And so that's the thing. So what? Nan's supposed to just keep taking that harassment and not sending it back. And it's like when I defend myself. How dare I defend myself if it's someone on my side doing it to me? Because how dare I do that? I'm the asshole if I then defend myself. I don't give a shit what side you're on. You don't get to throw jabs at me for no real reason. Hold me to some ridiculous standard you don't even hold yourself to, and then expect I'm not going to fucking fire back. What world do we live in? And at what point am I allowed to defend myself before it's like, oh, well, you're the bully? No, I never have been the bully. All I will do is I will defend myself. And Nan has a right to defend herself against Jessica. Jessica started it. Let's be real. And all Nan did was help support her. It just pisses me off. These people help support one another. And it's like, I don't give a shit. I would say this about any of you. If any of you dealt with the same thing, whether you donate to my channel or not, like, this is not okay behavior. It is not. People just can't appreciate what's being given to them. And it drives me fucking nuts. Just basic kindness, bro. Basic kindness and human decency, right? That's all people ask for. Yeah. And he constantly has shit to say about Nan. Like, seems like Jimmy's a little jealous. Like, what are you so jealous of? You know? Why are you so jealous, man? Well, I mean, Nan gave it to her to like help her start her studio. And then she spent it on those 2 white chairs. Nan was asked to speak 15 minutes at a fundraiser, and Melanie lost her shit, and Jimmy and TV started the harassment. There was a lot of stuff that started there, sort of harassment, and it's not okay, dude. That is not fucking okay. So someone did something, people got jealous, and so their jealousy turned into bullying and rage. It's the same shit I deal with with Aiden, let's be honest. She took the money because it was a help. She was doing it to help, you know? She was doing it to help her out. But it's like, cool. These are people who are supporting you, who is helping like you start your thing that you're starting. And then here you are trying to use that as some sort of excuse on why, like, now that's a problem. Like, her money is now a problem that she's buying her way onto YouTube or buying her way onto this or buying her way onto that. Well, you had no problem with taking it when it was supporting you. Now, did you? Just saying. Like, I don't get it. They don't like every stream you're doing, she's supporting you. I wish I had that kind of support. So you can't even like give the common courtesy. And now when you're not getting the support anymore because you're being a bully, now it's, oh, she's trying to, like, let's be clear here. I looked into all of this. And originally, Nan was offered to come on because somebody reached out to her to come on to a stream and talk. Right. And she thought she was helping out. Right. So she accepted. Right. Like if she could help out, you could help out in any way that you can. And one day she saw that another lawyer was donating his like hourly amount, like he would charge to the creators. And so she thought that that was a great idea to help out. And so she started helping out in that way too, to sort of ease the financial burden and show support. And it's like, if some people have the kind of money to do that, like it does help fill in the gap. It does make the creator be able to breathe financially if they're having a bad week or a bad month. A couple of those donations will make your week, like you'll be able to breathe, you know? And I think she recognizes that the amount of money that she spent sort of allowing them to breathe and allowing them to keep doing their streams without having to worry about whether they're going to cover the costs of it or make enough to put groceries on the table that week. Like the fact that they don't recognize it, because why? Because you're not getting it anymore? Because you wanted to be a bully? Simply because the dog whistles were given? You know, like come the fuck on. Well, that's half the problem, right? Is she pretends she's friends and then turns around and uses their private information as some sort of gotcha. She twists it in a way that it's not, you know, recognizable. It's the same shit Aiden does. Same shit Aiden does, you know? Like, you know, make friends with Jimmy. And if Jimmy doesn't like Nan, now it's time to talk shit about Nan. That's the pick me kind of shit, you know? That's not okay, you know? She did pull a gun. She absolutely pulled a gun. That is a fact. Kelsey doesn't dispute that she pulled a gun. Her dispute is whether she was going to use it on herself or the officer. But if you pull a gun in front of an officer, you have to know what the consequences are going to be of that, you know? Yeah. So Mitzi said, Karen asked Nan to give a 15-minute speech and Melanie got jealous and Jimmy went apeshit with TV. Fun fact, Jimmy never liked Aiden. Talked mad shit about him forever and how much he hated him. Just going to throw that out there. That's a fact. Yeah, she took the money. She absolutely took the money. But now she's got a problem with Nan supporting other people. It's like maybe she realized who's the shitty people and who isn't, right? Maybe she wants to support people who aren't so shitty. So she supports Mike and LTL. What's the problem? You took the money when it was given to you. And you had no problem treating her like dirt simply for no, like, and that's not because Nan did something wrong. It's not because Nan demanded loyalty or demanded she do this or demanded she do. Nan never asked for anything in return other than to just be treated like a normal human being, just like everyone else. Just treat me the way you would treat anyone else. I don't think that's a big fucking ass just to be treated with kindness and respect. Do you? I sure don't, you know? She reaped the benefit, but now it's, yeah, something she needs to make fun of. Absolutely, 100%. That's my problem with it, you know? Yeah, she does talk about Jess, but it's her firing back at this point. She remained quiet for a long time. And I believe me when I say I understand that because I remained quiet on a lot of people for a long time, for a very long time. So when I did start firing back, people were like, well, why are you saying something? Blah, blah. It's like, because for months I said nothing. And now I'm just tired of it. At what point am I allowed? You know, at what point am I allowed to defend myself? Because I said nothing for a really long time, you know? But that's the thing. You know, Nan's not a YouTuber. She doesn't have her own channel. She might pop on when people ask her to come on to give commentary, just like any of you would. I've had regular people on my panels before. I think it's fun having some regular people on my panels to hear what they have to say and what their opinions are. You know, I don't do like open panels, but if I talk to someone ahead of time, they're like, hey, you know, do you think I could come up and we could have like, I love doing stuff like that. You know? Yeah, she doesn't have a channel. Nan doesn't have a channel. She might go on other channels that people invite her up to speak, but she doesn't have her own channel. She doesn't have her own like thing that she does every week or every month or every day, you know? Yeah, she bought the 2 chairs with it. Definitely hypocrite, double standards, you know? And that's the other thing. Even Brian said nothing for months and months. And now when Brian fights back, now it's, oh, Brian, you're an asshole. Oh, Brian, you're this. Oh, Brian, you're that. Why? Because he's finally speaking up? Why? Because he took as much as he could take. You know, like that's crazy. That's crazy to me. It's just crazy. It's bonkers to me. It doesn't make sense. You know, they're just mad they're not getting the support anymore that she once gave them. And it's like, maybe because you're shitty people. You know, maybe she is very helpful to the creators, you know? Oh, I love that. She's paying for a DNA test for Eddie O'Brien. And she's handling the paperwork for Lady Zelda to go inside there. I love that she's paying for the DNA test. I love that. That's awesome. But see, that's what I mean. Like, when you can listen, when I had a lot of money, when I was a dancer and I made a lot of money, I helped a lot of people, right? Because that's what makes my heart happy, right? I used to take people on trips with me and pay for the whole trip, even like, you know, as girls, like I used to bring my friends and I'd be like, and we're getting you clothes. Like, we're bringing a wardrobe. Like, you can't go on a trip without new clothes. Like, I don't regret spending a single penny of that money doing that, because not only do I have the memories of it, but I was able to have other people come with me. And that felt good, to be able to let them enjoy themselves without having to worry about like, oh, well, they wouldn't have the money to go otherwise, or like they wouldn't have spending money, that they wouldn't be dipping into like some bill. Like, I wanted everyone to enjoy themselves together and everyone to have the same opportunity. So it made my heart so happy to do that. And so I do not regret for 1 second spending what I spent on other people to like have fun, or have other people like have the experience, because it made everyone happy, and everyone needs that mental timeout once in a while. Like, I only do like one vacation a year, which is the couple days that I do in Saco. And even that's not enough. You know, grown adults need once in a while to have a mental timeout, what I call an adult timeout, you know? Thank you, Shay. It's very cool of her to do that. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, listen, I've always been a really small girl, anywhere between 125 and 135. 137, I think, at like my highest. I'm 5'4". So I've always been little, but with wide hips and a wide butt. All right. Not much boobs. I got no tititol here, you know, but I got acetol. So we're good with that. But I have wide hips and a wide butt. So I've always been like size 3 to 7 to 9, depending on the jeans and like how they fit around the butt and waist. And thighs, because I got some thick thighs. But nonetheless, when I got on the medications that I'm on now for my liver, for my heart, all these things that I got after COVID, I am now bulked up to holding water weight. So I am holding about 30-ish pounds of water weight. So it's in my fingers, it bloats my face, it bloats my stomach, bloats my ankles. Got some cankles going on right now. But I, in the last year, have lost 20, I'd say around 20 of it, because I was holding at one point almost 80 pounds, I think it was, to almost, it was like 79 or something like that, by lowering the dosage of one medication and trying a different one. I've lost some of that water weight. So I know what it's like to be overweight and not feel comfortable in your own skin, right? Because I'm not comfortable in my skin right now. This is like, I'm comfortable in the way that like I look, but like I'm not comfortable in like where I'm bloaty, like my stomach, a little bit of my face, my fingers, because I'm used to being smaller, right? And so I know what that's like to lose, to gain. I've had 3 kids, 3 daughters. So believe me when I say I know what it's like to go up and down in weight. And so I don't know why anyone would have something to say about losing weight. That's a great feat. It's hard, especially when, like, for me, I'm on medication. So it's not something that's just going to drop off if I eat the perfect diet and do the perfect exercise. Like, that's not going to magically drop off of my body, because it's from the medications. So like, right, like maybe take some fucking notes and figure out how to do it, right? Like, instead of making fun of someone, how do you make fun of someone losing weight? That just doesn't make sense to me. Why make fun of someone losing weight? Like, you want to make fun of me for gaining weight because you don't know why? Sure, go for it. I don't fucking care. But losing weight, it just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. You know? It just doesn't. There's a lot of passive aggressiveness. Okay, so that is not, it's just not true. That's just not true. There's no, Nan and James never slept together. It's a fucking lie. People spread on purpose to hurt people. It made me laugh and cheer for Nan. I'm sure she'd be happy to know that. You know? Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's a lot of, like, chat bullies in some of those places, you know? I didn't see that. Your fireplace is beautiful, though. So he needs a fake one to compete with your real one? Interesting. Yeah, see, I'm very clear here with my viewers. Do not go and harass people that we talk about. Do not go there to try to bully them and harass them. Like, that's never acceptable behavior, period. Right? I was going to say, you don't live in your mom's basement, do you? Welcome to Hotel Elise. You know, you live in your mom's basement, I live in a hotel. It's totally fine, right? Like, I love that people who want to talk about other people's living quarters when they're renting 2 rooms from an old person and 2 of them live in their mother's basements. One of them lives in their mother's house. But yeah, let's definitely talk about the person who's been on their own since I was 17. Definitely tracks. Tracks well, let me tell you. I agree. She should if she doesn't agree with it, right? Love the basement bounce. It was a good song, all right? Jackie and Shadow Eagles laid 2 eggs so far. Oh, the nest is in Big Bear, California. I love watching those nests. Melanie took $500 too. Yeah, of course she did. Of course she fucking did. Right? Who needs friends when that's the kind of friends you have? You know? I mean, seriously. Jimmy is AKA Auntie Deb. Right? No, don't suffer in silence. No one suffering in silence from incubation to fledge. I love watching them hatch, you know? Someone else's, no, I would never have someone else's child in my live stream unless I'm like out in public, and even then I try to pull the camera up if I see a kid, you know. It's not, you can't always do it, but like I try to pull it up if someone's kid enters the thing. Melanie, of course they do, you know. All right, so hey, happy Tuesday. Let me go through some of these other tweets here just to put into context. There are some DMs, but some of the stuff in the DMs, I'm gonna have to like take it off the screen and like scroll past, if that makes sense. Yeah, making fun of Nan's child's name, which I think is fucking awesome, by the way. I love his name. I think it's very unique. I love unique names. My name's unique, you know? Well, yeah, technically anybody who makes a YouTube has a quote channel, but unless you start making videos, you don't essentially like, you know what I mean? Like have like a setup channel. Um, yeah, so them saying she's going to, why hasn't, it is a dog whistle. It is. It absolutely is. Ooh, laundry. I did laundry the other day. I folded so much freaking laundry. Yeah, as far as I understand, she didn't want a channel. Like she works full time as an attorney. She didn't have time for a channel. You know what I mean? She might do some pop-ins here or there on other people's stuff, but like, come on. That's probably it as well. They want to be as closest to that as they can because they think it brings them the money, which it did for a long time, you know? I heard a rumor that Jimmy didn't donate any of the money he raised during the pet show to the charity he said he was. Any truth to that rumor? I have no idea. I didn't even know he did something like that. He did a pet show? I didn't know he did that. I had no idea. Yeah, leave kids out of it, man. She is a lawyer in New Jersey. She is a lawyer. She is a lawyer. I can't with people. I mean, that's something that they could look up in 2 seconds. See, that's my problem with people don't bother looking shit up. You know? Like, come on. Yeah, I'm in a ridiculous, like, cool. I'm glad I'm at the bottom. That just goes to show me that, like, if you read all the people she has on the top of her quote chart, it's all really shitty, bad people. And it's like, that's your standard? You are a terrible judge of character. The lady from the cat shelter was crying, thanking everyone. Okay, so it must have went to her. Must have went to her. I didn't know that a stream like that happened. So, she makes money after being she won't stop until she crosses the line legally or get canceled. Well, that's half the problem. Is I don't think any of these people are going to stop until they get canceled in some way, shape, or form. You know, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Aw, I have a $20 Venmo. It says, "Continue to shine your light on the darkness." Oh, I love this. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I love when you guys send these like really inspiring, nice, like little messages. Like those make my day. They really do. I love it. Thank you guys. Aw. Hold on. And we'll go through some more of these tweets and some of the DMs. I didn't realize I had so many messages. And my phone's like loves to like not send them when I want it to. Oh, okay. I see your thing right now, Meredith. MLF. I'm sending it right now. I'm terrible at you have to tell me in the chat to check my messages. Well, that's the thing. When they make money off of it, they're not going to. You can be totally underwhelmed. This isn't all of it, obviously. The fact that you still want to run, by the way, with the fact that it's fake is kind of embarrassing at this point, Video Jesus. You might want to bow out, darling, because at this point, you're seriously embarrassing yourself. The data is 100% real. So you can keep screaming until the cows come home that it's not real and it's faked and Chris somehow faked it and blah, 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 blah nonsense. But unfortunately for you, it is real and it is true. And all of the raw data I see was sent to the authorities. And quite a few of us also have that raw data. So sorry, not sorry for you, darling. But you're kind of just making yourself look like a fucking idiot at this point. I mean, I don't know how much simping you actually have to do for Aiden. But the fact that you say stupid ass shit like this is fucking hilarious to me. Hilarious. Darling, you really need to stop acting like you know tech because you're embarrassing yourself to people who do know. Okay? Stop it. Like, stop it. Really. Yeah, we will because you're a joke. You spread lies and you pretend that you know tech and you pretend that you know whether something's real or not. Hey, remember the Karen Reed photo of Alan Jackson that you claimed so boldly was fake that we told you 17 times wasn't? And then you tried to technically show people how it was fake, that you were debunked like 72 more times. And then Aiden admitted it later on. Yeah, you're doing that again. You're just doing that again, darling. You make a fool out of yourself. Like, at what point do you bow your head in shame? Like, really? You want to talk to someone who knows tech? This guy right here. This guy right here could run circles around you with tech. You have no idea what you're talking about at all. We absolutely both know. She can look at this and say it's fake, that it's a nothing burger, then she's an actual fucking idiot. And yes, I meant that. Absolutely. Are you retarded? I'm just asking. I'm just asking for a friend. Like, listen, I have a sister who's mentally challenged, and even she would know that this is real. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just fucking saying. You make yourself look foolish and stupid. Like, why simp so hard for a man that wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, darling? You know? How would I fake this? Please explain. I wrote this all on a notepad or on a C. It's all on my C drive. All of it. Every 1 and 0. I unzipped the file, darling. The file is originally all compressed. I had to unzip it, darling. Like, you don't know what you're looking. Clearly, you don't know what you're looking at. That's very clear to me that you have no idea what you're looking at all. Not even a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. You can use all the technical words you want, but until you know what they mean, you sound fucking dumb. You sound fucking dumb. Like, really fucking dumb. Oh, Maestro just hit it right on the head. Yes, we changed it. We changed it a little. Nobody was fucking with me. We changed it a little. She got more than a 60-second from me. Yeah, she knows everything. She's like apparently the tech queen of not knowing the fuck she's talking about. Like, you should probably stop calling yourself Video Jesus and call yourself not even video intern. You can use all the technical words you want, but until you know what the fuck they mean, doesn't really help you. Should we go back to doing what a DB wall file is? Should we explain what a DB wall file is? Since, I mean, you don't seem to know what a DB wall file shows or doesn't show. But I mean, if we want to talk technical, we could do that. Shit like that goes to show that you have no actual idea what the fuck you're talking about. But I do love laughing at stupid people, right? You did. You broke it. Yeah, well, that was already very clear to me. Anybody pretending that this data is fake at this point, you are being generous. I'm not in the mood for fucking stupidity or dumbass people who pretend that they know tech when they very clearly do not. I can't. I literally can't. I can't. I mean, maybe that's why she's mad. Sorry. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, I am. Because I think she's such a fucking fraud. She sits there and simps for a man who wouldn't piss on her if he was on fire. He would actually, throw you under the bus, back the bus back up over you, then make sure he goes again just to make sure you're flat. And then when you are flat, he will take you and throw you under the next car rolling by. Because that's how little he gives a fuck about anybody that, quote, simps or helps him. The fact that you're willing to go as far as you're willing to go to make it sound like you know what you're talking about when it's very clear to me that you have actually no fucking idea what you're talking about. When you are trying to tell people that 100% real data is faked or AI or this or that, like, you sound like a fucking buffoon, a literal buffoon. That the buffoonery is real. Stop the fucking madness, dude. Stop the actual fucking madness, dude. You sound stupid. You're going to look stupider when they bring it and use it in court. You sound even dumber when you sit there to Chris and say, oh, they can't use it in court because it was illegally obtained. Let me show you how that works, darling. The court would have to illegally obtain it for that to be true. The DA would have to illegally obtain it for that to be true. Once it is sent to them or posted on social media, they can use it any way they want. The only way that applies is if they themselves illegally went and obtained it. So for the love of God, please stop saying shit that you clearly have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, because you just make yourself look dumb. At what point do you bow your head in shame and move along? Really, though. I mean, really. It's embarrassing. I have like seventh hand embarrassment for you. Take several seats in the back of the class. All right. Put your hoodie on, put your head down on your book. All right. Just saying. Not today, Satan. Not today. I mean, first of all, who the fuck actually calls themselves Video Jesus when they don't even know basic tech? I mean, that's kind of concerning. I'm just saying. Seriously fucking concerning. Seriously fucking concerning. I can't. Oh, yeah, no one cares. No one cares that I'm these fake accounts. No one cares. How many people said they do care? A lot of people. A lot of people. Shut the fuck up. I can't. I literally can't. Testing CCTV cameras. I fucking actually can't. Oh yeah, that's another pick me. These are pink. Pick me. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, because a hammer does anything. You know what I mean? Like that's necessary. You definitely need a hammer. How many clowns get out of the clown car? Aiden gets out of the clown car. you know, video, not even an intern, gets out of the clown car. Jimmy gets out of the clown car. Melanie Little gets out of the clown car. How many clowns can you fit in Aiden's clown car? Does anybody know? It's like, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know how many clowns Aiden has in his fucking clown car. Video tard. I fucking can't. You are back. They do want his followers. They want the followers, which makes the money. That's, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out that Meredith had access to a bunch of Aiden's burners, but she didn't want to say which ones she used to abuse people. Well, I mean, she had her own burners. That's the difference, is he had his own burners and she had her own burners. I think it was probably easy to guess his dumb passwords because he probably keeps everything the same like a fucking buffoon, I'm going to change my name to professional computer hacker if she's video. No, you have to change your name to Marty Kraft's daughter. Marty Kraft's daughter. Right? Stop embarrassing Jesus, okay? Stop it. Right? I mean, if you have to refer to yourself as something Jesus, it tells me that you think you're way more important than you actually fucking are. Let's just be honest here, okay? Let's be 100. So, let's see. Oh, MLF. I love it. MLF sends 9701 and says, keeping it real. I love you. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. Gotta love it. It is me. Thank you. Oh, you sent 100, but it probably took like the $3 because I see it now. I see it on the app. Okay, let's see. Yeah, and he'll keep trashing her. He'll trash anybody he thinks is going to help him. It's that simple, Like that simple. All right. Shaking his goddamn head. Poor Jesus. All right. Let's...
Do you have anything for me to wear in the snow?
Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, my little's going out into the snow and she wanted to know where her specific sweater and specific boots were to go out in the snow. I can't find ski pants for the life of me for kids. Like the snowsuits, I cannot find them. I found them for little kids, but not bigger kids, which makes no sense at all. Yeah, it is obscene. It's a little crazy. What? Thank you, MLF. I appreciate you, my friend. It does make the difference, It does. No worries, my friend. No worries at all. All right, let's see. I'm getting... Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I can't find them. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let's go back once again. It's so fake that we have, by the way, ID numbers on the bottom. Once you download and archive the actual stuff, oh, wait, look, here's the ID number for each tweet. This one is from January. And by the way, like since we're at this, right? Here's the information from your archive, which may be most useful to you. As this information is not all the data from your archive, please open this folder if you want to see all the data that we have included. An explanation for each piece of data can be found in the README file included in the same folder. So this folder, which I unzipped, by the way, it was all zipped. Okay. This is all of the little folders here on all the different things in the data from the account. All right. But gee, I don't know. I got it in a Proton email. You know, couldn't possibly be real. How could this be real, MBM? Video Jesus must be right. It must be fake or AI or only a C file. Clearly, she has no idea what she's talking about. Like, do you realize that when someone sends you something that you have to unzip? You have to unzip the file, and then this is where it goes. Like if you don't even know that most basic of basic like that, then you're a fucking clown, and you should probably shut the fuck up and take several seats. Just saying. You know?
I couldn't find you.
I find it funny at this point that we're claiming, anyone's claiming that this is quote fake. Okay? Like what? Correct. Chris has been posting from the account. That's why it's been changed now to 5150 for Turtle Boy. So I showed earlier the account in itself that, let's see, right? Email changes was here. Changed August 27th, 2024 to joeyjojo207 at Gmail. So in August, right? The next change from that's when it was created, August 27th, 2024. So on the day it was created, the joeyjojo207 at gmail.com was the email account they used. The backup to that one is the Turtle Boy account. Turtle Boy email was the backup, okay, to that one. Now, this one, right, shows you the screen name changes of the account. But it's so fake, right? Sure. It was changed on January 16th from Joey Jojo, bunch of numbers, to State Street Mayor. And then it was changed again when Chris took it, or his team, on January 22nd, 2026, from State Street Mayor to 5150 Daddy. No, he didn't give her access. So they figured out he used his newer phone number, and the backup email was his email that he uses for like a ton of other fake accounts. So, you know, well, she didn't get into it. It wasn't her that got into it. It was people from overseas that did it. So, and he won't even admit it was his. That's the difference, is he doesn't want to admit that this is his. He has people simping for him saying it's not. Right? He didn't give her access to anything. Give her access to anything. She's not the one who got into these. She didn't get into these. Chris's tech team did. So this had nothing. The only thing that she did was give him the names of, like, you know, emails, I bet, that he had used, I'm guessing, and his phone numbers. And they matched it up. And what happens is you type in the email, the phone number, and it you can like reset the password once you like verify it's you through whatever number or whatever. So this account, though, was Chris's people helped with this. This was done overseas. They're the ones that got into this and then locked him out, as far as I understand it. I think the only thing that Meredith did was probably give them his phone numbers and his email accounts that he had used. But again, he still won't even admit that the account is his. He's got too many people like Video Dum Dum trying to simp for him, saying that, it's fake and it couldn't possibly be Aiden. This account couldn't be him. Why would it be him? Yeah, because a normal person would have this information. Yep. Sure thing. Sure thing. Sure thing. Well, that I don't know. I have no idea. They did this from overseas. So I'm so sorry to hear that, Lynn. The recap is this is one of Aiden's fake accounts that Chris's tech team from overseas got access to, got into, and locked him out of. So, the fact that they're like, bro, sorry to tell you guys, it's not fake, right? Like it's not fake. Well, I mean, I'm sure she helped him on his own phone. Like, I mean, I'd help my husband on, he's not exactly tech 1,000. So like I would help him on his own phone, figure out something that he needs to do. But that doesn't mean I have access to it. It means it's on his own phone that I could help him with. You know what I mean? Evolve into a drop bear. Oh my God, imagine. That would be lots of Googling, Lots of Googling. She hasn't been with him since July, by the way. Early July. This account was made in August, late August of 2024, and then wasn't used again for God knows how long. So it's an account Aiden made with the original Joey Jojo name, and he changed it to go after Meredith to State Street Mayor on January 16, 2026. So from August 27, 2024 till January 16, 2026, this account was called Joey Jojo 137, and he just, used it rarely to troll here and there random people. You know what I mean? Well, they knew his email name, so I'm guessing that they probably guessed his password. He probably keeps all his passwords the same, Well, see, that's the thing, right? Like, he's still not admitting it was him, and he's telling people personally, privately, that he can't. He can't. His attorneys have asked him not to talk about it or admit that it's him. It's like, I don't know how you think that's going to help you, but cool. He did try to get into, he got into Meredith's Gmail yesterday morning. He got into Meredith's Gmail for however long before she changed the passwords again. I'm not that tech savvy, right? Like I would not be able to copy this information myself, fake it or anything like that. You know what I mean? Right. Like, sorry, he doesn't like you. He's never going to like you. He doesn't care about you. Like, it's not that hard, It's really not. I think he did log in. I think he saw like an email he was bitching and whining about to one of his old attorneys that Meredith had sent, I believe, that I saw yesterday. So I think he got in for a short period before she changed all the passwords, but he did hack into her Gmail yesterday morning. I don't know. I don't have the answers to what, I mean, he could send whatever he wants. All the information is now downloaded. So, I mean, I don't think that would really do much for him. And as far as I understand it, they have sent all this information to whichever authorities here that they, are talking to or whatever. And of course, he doesn't want to admit that the account is him, because then it would make people like Video Dum Dum and BLT look awfully fucking stupid. And apparently his attorneys have asked him not to. I agree with you, Rando supporter. There needs to be that he could have been charged with quite a few already that they just haven't, Yeah, the Turtle Boy Sports email was the backup email to this Joey Jojo email. Yeah, he's not going to go to the police and say he was hacked because he has to admit that it was his troll account that he was trolling his ex-girlfriend with and tagging her work incessantly to try to get her fired. That's why. I guess Chris did go scorched earth, But also he's overseas. So I could see how, they did whatever they did to get into it. You know what I mean? And yeah, he was dumb enough to log into it from his own house with his own IP address, like a dumbass. Like a dumbass. Well, that's the thing. Anything he did grant access to doesn't really help him, because once you grant someone access, it can't be, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be like, well, they granted access, so you gave them access. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, remember he tried to claim that, like, she's the one who put out all the audio from the wiretap on Karen Reed. Well, if that was true, you didn't change all your passwords, bro? Like, you're that stupid? You know? Like, come on. Maybe that very well might be true. I have no idea. I didn't ask those questions. I just got the download via Proton email yesterday. And then Chris said he sent it. So I have no idea. No, I wish all the love to your husband, Lynn. All the love. You know? Well, he has been faking screenshots for 10 years. That's very true. That's very true. You know? Well, I know that Chris has other people that are more tech savvy. I'm not tech savvy like that. You know? I'm not tech savvy like that. I couldn't tell you how they got in, what they guessed, what they didn't guess. I have no fucking idea. What I do know is I've read all the DMs in here, and I can look at all the data. I can look at all the there's raw data, like, you know, coded data. That's in here, right? Like, I'm not going to show you guys a bunch of coded data because it's not going to really help you any to understand. But all of that is in here. There was like 6,000 and something fucking files, right? There was a lot. So there was no way I was going to be able to go through every single thing last night and redact every single thing that I wanted to be able to bring, you know, a little bit of it here at whatever time, you know? Well, she knew all his burners. He had an entire spreadsheet back then of all of his burners, you know? So I don't know why anybody would use burners to harass people. It just really is weird to me, but maybe that's just me. I don't fucking know, you know? Right. The fake account he had to troll and change his name to harass her work every day, because that's what he did. He does. He is afraid. He also, like, looks behind him. He thinks the Silverados are coming. You know what I mean? He did give her the entire phone extraction. Yep. Willingly, you know? Ooh, that could be it. Maybe the information was in there. That's a good question. I mean, who knows? You know, who knows? World's dumbest criminals. That's a good point. But the point is you can go all the way over to the IP addresses, the sessions, and the accent account, like, history. Like, we scroll all the way down here. Look at this. MBM. Going back, this one, November 24th, 2025. November 25th, 2025, November 25th, 2025, November 25th, 2025, November 25th, 2025, 9:17 a.m., 10:03 a.m., 9:04 a.m., 7:18 a.m. Like, this dude is on here from his various devices, like from his house, from his phones. Like, these are like all of the IP. And as you can see, the IP addresses sort of repeat. So they're the same sort of devices in the same places that he's looking at them and going on them. Right? Well, in order to get a restraining order, it would need to be true threats or fighting words. I think it would really be a HPO, but I'm not sure she's going to do that. I know you guys would have to ask her if she was going to do that, but doesn't seem like to me that she is, but I don't know who else she's, you know, working with or talking to. I heard her say something about a lawyer on the stream she did, but I don't know specifically, like, if it's just a lawyer or if it's the DA's office or I have no idea. You know what I mean? He's very codependent. If you didn't notice, he can't be alone, right? So the second that he's alone, he goes looking for someone else to run back to or find a new person to go to. Like, he cannot be alone. You know what I mean? I mean, I wouldn't be too happy, that's for sure, if I was the employer and I'm being tagged with this nonsense. But look, this is just December 12th, MBM. All these IP addresses are tracked. They have been tracked. One of them is his house in Holden. Okay. One of them is one of his phones. Like, these are some of these are the same IP addresses. And you can track IP addresses, but this goes, look, all the way up to like now. So this is just January 13th, 2026, right? These are all, I mean, did I fake it? Is it faked? Just saying. I know, right? That's very true. Just saying, like, did we fake this? Is this all fucking AI, Abby? You know? I mean, just saying. Is it? Just saying. Do you see my point though, MBM? Like, did we fake all of this? Like, is it all fucking faked? Video Jesus seems to think so. So 5 accounts are blocked under this account, you know? It's very true. You could just make a podcast and debunk his bullshit instead of getting a restraining order. I agree. Sometimes it's the best course of action, you know? She wants to keep him out of prison on her own name. You know, that's sad, though. The fact that she thinks that she has to do that is sad if that's how it is. And it's like, I told you guys the other day, it's a way for him to sit there and be like, I got to pull this off the screen for a second because I got to pull up something and then I got to, like, I can't, there's certain things that have like personal information that I'm not going to show that I want to go past. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I did put a request into a court for something that I haven't gotten yet. What? April? They pushed out one of his New Jersey cases, the one with Donna, until April. It was supposed to be the first week of February, but they've now pushed it out until April. Why? That's crazy. That's absolutely bonkers. All right, hold on. Let's see if I can. Sorry, guys. He'll throw anyone under the bus and say it's not him. You know, like, yeah, Meredith isn't looking for money or like, you know, she's trying to, it looks like what she's trying to do is, I mean, Lindsay did some of this too, was like debunking some of this just bold-faced bullshit that he fed people, you know? All right, which one is this? Hold on, let me see. So, well, yeah, I mean, I call mine a podcast too. This is a podcast. You know, it's a podcast or a show or, you know. I think it just means YouTube because I call mine a podcast, essentially a podcast. MBM's a friendly MLF. He's a friendly. He's not a troll. I think he means like podcast as in like her show. And the point is like, why get a restraining order when you can just debunk his bullshit, you know, online, which is what I do, you know? Well, I call mine a podcast. Some people choose to call theirs podcasts. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people who do podcasts do them on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like technically it is like a podcast. That's the point, right? Like you're talking and going over things. It's more of a show, but it could, you know, mine's essentially a podcast. I don't distribute it out to like other places, although I could, but that costs a little bit of money that I just can't spend at the moment. But it can be absolutely, what he means is the YouTube. You know what I mean? Like the YouTube channel. Yeah, it's really just like some podcast, YouTube channel, same thing. I call mine a podcast, you know? Like it's definitely not for money, you know? Yeah, MBM's good people. He's not saying it to like, you know, like throw shade at her or anything. He's not somebody who just like throws shade at people. He's, you know what I mean? Not one of the turtle riders. All right, hold on a second. Let me get some parts of these DMs here. Let's see. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does it do that? That's obnoxious. All right. Oh my God. Why? Wait, is this doubling? Hold on. I think Chris used to be a cop, wasn't he? Australian police. I think he was a cop, wasn't he? Back in the day. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, no, not that one. Not that part. No. Yeah, they have fallen off their horses and hit their heads. The turtle riders. They're not, they're whew. Yeah, I mean, the only way she's going to stop them, I think you're right, Beach, is by doing her YouTube show, because people have tried the orders before and they just don't really do much. He'll find a way to circumvent them. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate. But they will find a way to he'll find a way to circumvent the law by just having someone else do it on his behalf. So, like, the only thing you can do, and I mean, I know she knows that because he's done it to many other people. So the only thing you really can do is give the information to people yourself, According to some. That was a joke. People actually believed that it was like friggin' the CIA. That was a joke. Wasn't the CIA. Wasn't the CIA. Wasn't the CIA. I promise you he's not aggressive. It probably, because you can't hear, like, you don't know him, that's why, but you can't hear like tone on text. That's why I hate texts, because you can't hear someone's tone, and so something can so easily be mistaken because there's no tone in a text message. Yeah, some guys he used to work with, he used to be a cop, so yeah. Well, I would probably argue that it is probably those people, you know what I mean? I know people from there did it, or helped him. No, never, my friend. Men, never. You have to just get used to certain people that you don't know. And I have been very like, with some people that I don't know, I'm like keeping an eye out, because I never know what someone's intentions are these days, especially with all the crazy shit that has happened to you, to me, to so many, don't you worry, my friend. Believe me, I get it. I'm the same way as you. What, if anything, is the government site about USA spending? What? Know what you're talking about. Only according to granted CIA, right? Right? I mean, they're overseas, so I mean, good luck doing anything about it. You know what I mean? Like, good luck doing anything about it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to assure you that we know he's good people. That's all. I agree with you, Mitzi. I agree. All right, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find this for you guys and pay attention to the chat, and I'm trying to do too many things at once right now. Hold on. So he refers to himself in third person here. Hold on. Okay. Trying to find the one specifically where he gives certain information. Hold on. Ew, that's gross. That is just really gross. Maybe we should remind everybody how to donate to my channel so that they know, because wow, that's disturbing. That is fucking disturbing. That's disturbing. That's disturbing information. Oh, what the fuck, dude? This is so long that it's hard to like just put out one part of it that like you want people. Why did it just go back down to the bottom? For fuck's sake. It's really okay. Really obnoxious. All right. So no one would approve of this. So he knows that no one would approve, you know, like of him talking. All right. Let me, because there's one before this that says, so here he wants to, over here, he says, same person who's typing these messages, same person who heard the Juvenile song, who else would it be? Someone with you doesn't sound the same. I would never tell anyone I was speaking with you. No one would approve of this. Okay. So then Aiden says, want to talk on the phone? I just want to ease your mind so we can avoid the I know it's you, Kate bullshit. Just got home again. Want to chat. So at this point, I'm not talked on the phone. Now he says later on down here that I wanted to talk to you on the phone. How about 8:30? Don't be nervous. I don't bite. Did you just get a call? Are you up? And then clearly she's ignoring him. She feels like she's being like set up by him again. And then she's nervous about it. I don't blame her. I wouldn't fucking want anything to do with him. So I'm trying to find the spot where he like, he says like he knows, he talks about himself in third person. He knows you were used. He definitely hates you for your part in it, but he knows you were used. And I have no doubt he's DTF too. What a weirdo. Because he thinks with the wrong head a lot. Like, what the fuck? Who, like, there's a tone in these that, like, he's constantly talking in a way that, like, no normal person would talk. You know what I mean? It's weird. Hold on. Okay, so looks like October 30th is when they talked. And then says, nice chatting with you. You're free after 8. And they say maybe at 9 and watch 911 on Thursdays. So there is a point where he gives his phone number up somewhere in here. And he says, what if I send you something only I would have or I would know? Trying to find that spot. There's so many, like, I mean, so many that it's hard to pinpoint certain spots because it's all one large thread, obviously, and not, you know, spots or parts. All right, so I found a part where basically he says, send a text so I know you know. And she says, are you nuts? You said recently you did something like this with another ex to try to set her up thinking it was me. And he admits it. He says that was before. So he admits trying to set up another ex to make it look like it was one of his other exes, except it was him. He said that was before. Things changed this week. She points out it was like 3 days ago. He says circumstances changed. Yeah, things changed. So what are you worried about now? I'm the only one with something to lose, she says. Like, he admits to trying to set up another ex. Like, who the does this shit? Like, who does that? She is good people's. She is very good people's. Like, what? That's weird. Yeah, well, that's sad. That's sad. That's really sad, to be honest. Listen, girl, I'm with you. I was the same way in the beginning. I got a little more trusting after that. But believe you when I say, like, I was the same way. You don't have to apologize here. Everyone here is usually pretty cool. I usually bounce out anybody who's acting a fucking fool. But don't you worry. Don't you worry. You are in a safe space with good people here. I promise. I promise. Ray's from Louisiana. Maybe. Maybe. Let me see. Well, most people, yeah. I mean, I think he's a piece of human garbage. You know, like that's not hard. You know, there isn't anything really likable. Sorry, I don't know what anybody would like. I mean, hate, dislike, whatever word you want to use doesn't really matter. My point is he spends an awful lot of time trying to convince her to talk to him, and can try to get her to convince him to, like, this, it is me, like, it's me you're talking to, like, but also saying, like, I can't say who I am, but giving, like, hints on, like, what your favorite drink was or what music you were listening to on a certain day, you know? So this was the one. All right, so it's, hold on. I'm trying to find, where the fuck is it? Then, of course, there's the shade that was thrown my way, right? The tweet that was made about me ending my stream because Venmo wasn't working, which is so fucking absurd. Everybody knows what time I end my stream because I have to get my kid off the bus, which is the same thing I do every day at around the same time, give or take a few minutes. So there was that shade that I found in here. And then Aiden saying, like, oh, hilarious, fucking dead. Like, dead about what? I actually take the time out of my day to actually try and help people. What the fuck do you do besides hurt people? You know, like, there's nothing that you do besides fucking hurt people. You know, that's crazy. So then he asks, like, how can we talk safely? He says they can't talk on the phone. They can't video chat. And then he proposes talking on the phone, and she's like, well, you're just going to record me. And he's like, well, you could record me too. Like, that's basically admitting that you're going to do it. Like, what? Like, what? What in the actual fuck? Are they like one and the same? Is that what you're saying? They're like one and the same person? You know? But they sort of go back and forth, and she doesn't trust him. He's begging basically to speak to her at this point. Asking him questions only he would know the answers to. And here's the fun part is he's so dumb he doesn't even remember some of the answers to things that he should know the answers to. Then he claims, like, oh, you know what I want. Like, what? That's weird. You're weird, bro. This is creepy. You're creepy. Like, of the what? What do you mean? You'd have to be more detailed than that. So this is part with the ex-girlfriend, and he admits basically she's worried about him trying to trick her. He said, I'm not trying to do something else. Like, what's the something else, bro? Let's see. Yeah. Trying to prove he's not Kate, basically. You guys have seen this part. I think Chris put this part out. So at one point she says, I don't even know who I'm talking to. Whoever you are, if you want to meet to talk in person like you asked, then I will. Anything on here I don't trust, which I wouldn't either. You never, there are so many people that reach out to pretend to be someone or will try to pretend to be like they're solid or whatever. And like, they're just trying to get information. I mean, you have to be smart enough to not give them any information. And it looks like at least she's being smart enough to not do that, you know? He said, what if I gave you a number to call and you heard my voice? And this is what she said, you'd probably most definitely record the call. And he said, well, you could record too. So it's a risk on both of our parts. Like, what? Like, what? Like, that's this part. Like, what the fuck what are you talking about, bro? Like, he is hardcore trying to get this person to talk to him and do what he wants. Like, this is, you can't be any more coercive control than this, in my opinion. Like, that's my opinion. All right. Like, you probably record the call. Well, you could record too. So it's a risk on both. Like, no, it's only a risk on your part. And I think at one point they say that. They say it's no, are you serious? Like, it's only a risk on your part. Like, on my part, not your part. Like, it probably isn't, you know, I'm guessing. Like, I mean, oh God, some of this stuff I can't even like even read, never mind show you, just because it's like like he's so sick in the head, like just so sick in the fucking head, realist. And I would never put some of this shit out ever, just because like he is so like, I'm just trying to show you guys the parts of like where he uses coercive control to force people to do what he wants them to do, and under some guise of being helpful or wanting to like squash it. He doesn't want to squash anything. He wants to benefit himself and benefit himself only. And because he's not with Meredith or whoever, whatever other girl, he has to get in with someone else. He's very codependent. He needs to have someone right there, right? He can't do it alone. He's got to have someone right there. You know, it's sometimes you just, you know, some people just don't get, like, they don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, you know? And so once they do, they're like, yeah, like now they understand, you know? Like now they understand. So hold on, let me see what else I can show you to show you. He's just, yeah, he does. He thrives on chaos and trying to coercively, like, this hurts my heart watching what he did here in the way that he did it. It literally does. It makes me cringe because no one deserves this level of like coercive control and abuse, of like trying to control someone in a way where like you're already hurting them. And so you're making them think that they have a way out of this hurt that you're already have been putting them under if they just do what you want, work with you, give you information, say what you want them to say, whatever. If you do those things, then it'll be okay, right? He'll lift the suit against you. He'll stop talking about you. He'll do this, he'll do that. It's just not realistic. Realistically, all he's going to do is try to benefit himself and go right back to being who he is, you know? I don't blame her. You know, I probably would too. It kind of is, right? Like feeding time, you know? It's cray-cray, you know? But this is my point, is the coercive control that he puts into some of this. And I've seen the stuff that he's like said to Kara, one of his other exes, where he like demands that she do X, Y, and Z. At one point, he gets on the phone with her and screams. It's like, you don't control this conversation. I control this conversation. You don't, I tell you. Like, excuse me? Who the fuck do you think you are? A lot of the times he likes to say things like, I gave you a pass for that. I let that go. Or I let you get away with this or this. And it's like, you let me get away with telling the truth. You let me get away with saying something that was the truth. Why? Because it wasn't good for you. Like, that's the level of gaslighting we're talking about here when it comes to him, you know? Here it is. This is the 1360 phone number. And I'm not going to show it because it shows the full number and I didn't black out or redact. I don't think I can right this very second from this right now. Let me see if I can somehow. Nope, can't. Not from this. I'd have to like screenshot and then redact, and we're out of time for that right this very second. But nonetheless, he gives a phone number and he says, what if you text that number and you get something back? Something only two people have, meaning him and her, right? Then she points out, rightly so, that you've given strangers your phone before. He says, oh, the cops don't count. That's also a new number, not traced to me. She said, even more reason not to trust it. I'm trying to I can't move that out of the shot. Yep, I can. Hold on. Oh, I can't because he puts it twice. Fuck, dude. God damn it. I move it out of the shot at the top and then he puts it again on the bottom, for fuck's sake. He said, that's also a new number not traced to me. And she has even more reason not for me not to trust it. Like, what number just called you? She said, I know, but I'm nervous. He said, you don't think I am? Was it? And then he writes the number again with the 13, 16, last 4 digits. He said, you can just call it. Neither of us will have to say a word for a minute and I'll go first. She's like, you're trying to trick me, which I would believe too. It's exactly what I believe. Like, what are you actually trying to do here? You know? Like, what are you actually trying to fucking do here? The shit he says. She said, I'm purposely ignoring you at one point. Interesting post. Sends her like a link to the post. Why is it interesting? Defending Aiden. I'd be willing to bet that Aiden would drop the lawsuit and promise you immunity. If you said that he didn't assault you or threaten you and that Tully and Kate forced or blackmailed you to say that, you could end this all. What do you think? Plans tomorrow? Like, that's like, you're essentially giving someone a fucking script to go by. You know? Like, what is wrong with you? Literally. You know? Girl, I'm the same way. I'll forget the damn passwords. You know? I'll forget the damn passwords. God damn it. So, what the actual fuck? Like, so then at this point, I think she still thinks it's Kate. And he's like, how can I prove I'm not Kate? Personally, I think you should meet up with Aiden, then work together. Like, what? We're both in a situation right now where we understandably don't trust each other. We can't FaceTime or talk on the phone. We can't text. Only way is to meet in person somewhere. Public persona is different, but this can all be negotiated, he said. Like, what the fuck? At the end of the day, Aiden isn't going to get shit out of you in terms of money, but there's something you could do for him that he'd value more. And she's like, I don't know what that could be. His charges are already gone. He's going to be suing the Commonwealth and the people who conspired to put him in jail. He believes you were used and had no intention of putting him there. Like, what? You could be a star witness for him. You were vulnerable, taken advantage of, and went to them out of anger. Jen McCabe told you that you had to say sorry to her. Like, what? She said, he said, I know you didn't. I don't blame you. And she said, yes, you do. Yes, he does. Like, yes, he does. She's right. Yes, he does. Public persona and private are different. How is that different? Public persona and private are different. What? Oh, hey, Biker Daddy. Thank you. Well, that's half the problem, Sister Wendy, is because he's been getting away with it for so long. For so long that he just assumes he will just keep doing it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You know, that's why. You know, I've done that. Break down my passwords on a paper so I don't forget them. I've done that. Well, we're glad that you're not in the cult anymore, Mimi. Good for you for not being in the cult anymore. You know, I can't imagine retrospective contact with a witness will get him a charge in a case that's over. And he's like, well, that's the problem. It's just gross. He's gross. Like leave people alone, because all he wants is to benefit himself and hurt other people. Even in this scenario, like, people can say whatever they want about Lindsay. I was friends with Lindsay. Like, I know her. And even in this scenario, he's trying to gaslight and manipulate her. It's clear to me what he's doing. People can blame her and say all the things they want about her. And where I don't agree with her decisions lately, like she was still my friend at one time. And this is him gaslighting her into oblivion, literally. And it hurts my heart to sit here and look at this because it's like all he cares about is someone helping him and someone being around for him. He doesn't care what happens to her or what damage he does to her. He never has and he never will. He cares about himself and himself only, and it's so abundantly clear, and it's just fucking sad. Nobody deserves that. I don't care who you are. No one fucking deserves that. No one. I don't care who it is, you know? It's fucking heartbreaking. How many people has he done this to is the point, you know? It's a good point. It's a good point. I don't know. As far as I know, it looks like they sent it to whoever. So I don't know. I have no idea. Like, that's not a question that I can answer. Here's the thing. To be fair, Cosgrove could have charged Aiden with all sorts of other shit by now. Long before this suck account, right? They could have charged him with a ton of other shit that other people stepped forward for a long time ago. And they didn't, and they haven't. So I don't always have faith in them doing what they're supposed to do, to be honest. The cops are too afraid that he's going to drag their families into it. The DA's office hasn't charged him for a fucking multitude of crimes. If it was me or you, Salty, or you, Claw, or you, Steph, or you, MBM, we would all have been charged already 100 times over. Let's make that clear, okay? All of us would have been charged already. You know? He says some really gross stuff, like in general, he's just gross. And she's not sure. She's like, I don't trust this. I don't know who I'm even talking to, or if this is you. Like, why not like talk to a mediator or something? He said, who the hell would be a mediator? That no way that the attorneys would approve. She said, I don't know. Do they have like independent people that do this stuff? He said, it's got to be just you and Aiden. No other witnesses. People would be very disappointed in Aiden if they knew he met up with you even more. So that's not a no. It's not a yes either. Maybe not, just not in writing. She said, how the hell would it help you then if you want to do everything behind your attorney's backs? Like, because, and this is the gaslighting, because after initial conversation in person, you'll trust Aiden again. So one initial conversation means you're magically going to trust this scumbag again? I just don't think that's the way the world works, dude. You know? I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't understand, you know? And then she rightly points out that you're allowed to have mediation or pre-settlement negotiations. They're completely confidential and can't be used against either party in court if you're unable to come to a resolution and the suit continues. That's true. That's 100% right. Then she asked him about a song that was playing on her TV, and it was an acoustic version of a rap song. And then he answers the question. So she at that point has to know that it's him, right? Let's see. She said, you said no mediation, but public place that's also private? How's that even going to be possible? Then he says, like a coffee shop, a low-key one if things go well. Like, what? Like, what? He keeps, playing off like it's not him, but also by trying to confirm it's him. It's bonkers, bro. It's bonkers. It's just absolutely fucking bonkers. It doesn't make any sense at all. I'm trying to find... He hassles her about talking on the phone on fucking Halloween. It's like, dude, she's got bringing her kids trick-or-treating, dude. Like, that's what us parents do, is we bring our children to go trick-or-treating. Like, no one has time for you. Like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I've seen that one. Chris put that one out already. He tries to blame Meredith for something else. I changed it last night. Then there's something else he tries to do, and it does seem like it's kind of a fucking setup. She kind of calls it out. I don't blame her. I would have too. Oh boy. Hold on. Oh God. So yeah, it doesn't, Mimi. You're right. It honestly has nothing to do with the other shit that's going on, right? And I think this is a good point, which is, remember, nothing stuck to Gotti until it did. That's a damn good point. You know what I mean? Like, that's a damn good freaking point. So let's see. These are the ads. We even have like the ads that were viewed. Okay. Like, I kid you not when I say, like, these are the ads, and it gives the dates, times, DraftKings, Starlink, 6.5 Media. It's all the ads that, like, you scrolled through or went by when you were, like, from the account itself. Like, did we fake those too, Abby? Did we? Like, you know? Yeah, well, we're glad you saw the light, Mimi. But most people don't know they're in a cult until they're out of it, right? Like, most people don't actually know until they're out of the cult, you know? She definitely was hesitating, as I would have too. He had to like talk her into speaking to him, and it was crazy. Like, just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, you know? It's yeah, I guess it is a compliment to me, right? Like, I guess there's a lot of people that watch here and don't say anything in the chat for months and months and months. Right now, there's like almost 400 of you across the 3 platforms that I'm streaming on, watching. I assume some are hate watchers, of course, but yeah, I mean, false reports that he did so many false reports, fake accounts. Like, make no mistake when I say this isn't the only sock account he uses or has been using. There's plenty more. Plenty more. You know? It just can't, you know? It literally hurts so many innocent people. Like, just with his lies alone, with the harassment alone, with using dog whistles and manipulating people, specifically women. He loves to manipulate women. He uses their fear and their insecurity against them when he has his own damn insecurity. You know? It's really sad. Hello, hello, dark side. Yeah, it's only time will tell at this point, you know? I don't know. I can't answer. I have no idea. That might be a question for Chris, I guess. And that's, I mean, they have a prosecutor, but that was half of the problem to begin with. I mean, I don't even know why she's still saying anything, to be honest. She really needs to, like, I'm hate watching. That's okay. Well, that's the other thing, right? So there's a tweet. Let's see, where is it? That's when Chris had it. This was a good one that Chris made when he took the account here. The days of Cherry Boy playing fake victim are over. And again, each thing here now has an ID number, boop, and then you can click to view it on Twitter, and it'll send you over to Twitter to view it. And so this one was from Chris, and he said, when he took the account, he said, "Hey, Dr. Cherry Boy, do you really think you could outsmart the elite team of Aussie Can cyber sleuths? I'd like to thank, and is it Antony Sanchez, along with Chris Quality for bringing this to our attention. CC better Allah, Bradle PC." So this is a little video here of them getting into the account and the actual like information on it. Manage your current subscription, update your payment method, and then it shows your old methods, the ones that are already on the account if you want to update it, which are Aiden's information. Billing address, which is his old address. That's where he lived with his wife, but I'm sure he didn't change all of his credit cards and whatnot because it's still in the same area that he lived in. But nonetheless, like, come on. This one says, since most folks want to fuck around and find out, here's more proof he owned this account. The account will be disabled shortly after the authorities continue gathering evidence. This is Chris wrote after they took it. I don't know if this is the same settings and privacy. Nope, premium. I think this is the same thing that we just showed. Maybe just showed it, I think. Yeah, it is. No, this one's 28 seconds long. I thought the other one was 38 seconds long. No, it is the same. He just replayed it. The account was indeed run by Aiden and is now in the hands of ethical cyber sleuths with the proper authorities. Oh, crap. I didn't want it to do all that. Okay, so as you can see here, my IP address is the 47 number where it was, just the account was run by Aiden. As you can see, here's my IP address is the 47 number where it was created. So this is the last one that Aiden tweeted from this account right here. Yeah, Nan was there and she has the audio. So I don't know why he would want to sit there and talk shit about Nan when she has the audio of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that seems like an awfully fucking dumb thing to do. A really dumb thing to do, you know? Seems like quite fucking stupid. Quite fucking stupid. But once again, he isn't all there, you know? You know, Nan is a witness to the stuff he did outside of D&E at Chris's, like outside there. She was there, and I think she has her own recording, and it's all the audio. So technically she is a witness. And I'm sure Meredith is witness to many a crimes that he committed, you know. So this was the last one, which is very strange. Team 5150 is cheering on this seemingly illegal behavior, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised based on our previous relationships. The one before that on January 21st is, why is 5150 continuing to attack Mark Betterow, accusing him of being behind the LG story about her kid getting sent home, made porn videos? Why is she bringing him into this? Why is she sharing his privileged messages? They're not privileged messages, Aiden, when you already shared them. You gave up that privilege. Stop blaming everybody else for giving up privilege. You're the only one. You're the only fucking one. You're the only one who can waive privilege, dumbass. Has anyone ever seen Betterow say a bad word about her? Well, see, that's the problem. Okay? Is it doesn't, like, your attorneys know who you are at this point. They know you're a fucking liar. Like, you know, I mean, technically, yeah, it could be witness tampering. It could be witness intimidation. It could be tampering with evidence. It could be quite a few things if they chose. You know? Like, it could be. Absolutely could be. So, yeah, she was there. She was there. Yeah, of his own witnesses. Like, who the fuck? Why would you do that? Like, Like, why? Like, I don't understand it. I don't think he's ever stupid enough to go to a jury, to be honest. I think he takes a deal. If he goes to a jury, that means everything the cops have that has been extracted out of all of his shit that he would have to allow them to like go through. Like, he would have to allow them to talk about it in public, put it out there. And I know he does not want out there all of the things that they have extracted from his damn devices. So I have no doubt that if it gets to the point where they were, all the way at the end, they've done all the hearings and they get to the point where, okay, the next date is going to be jury selection and then the trial, I have no doubt that he tries to cop a deal at that point. Like, come on. So this one, he says pretty much everyone on team 5150 is friendly with Kate Peter and others who want Karen Read in jail for the rest of her life. It's so funny that people like Val repeat that as if we have control over whether Karen went to jail or not. None of us have control. Or they're trying to put, all the antis are trying to put Karen Read in jail. Please tell me how anyone would do that. Do we have bippity boppity wands now? Can we just bippity boppity someone into jail? Are we the prosecutors? Are we the evidence? Like, I don't think we can. I don't think we have that kind of power, but it's a way to feed people a narrative and a mantra so that they'll hate on the people he wants them to, right? Like, they tried to put Karen in jail. Sir, you wiretapped her and then literally talked mad shit for months. Who is more anti-Karen Read at this moment than you, sir? Please. Like, stop it. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but my point is like, we don't have the power to put her in jail. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have that kind of power. That's the state, the prosecution, the evidence. Like, that has the power. We don't have the fucking power. Our opinions don't have the power to put her in jail. I agree that he needs help. He needs other attorneys that should be helping him, or like an office. Like, I've been saying this for a while. It's definitely something that should happen. I don't know if he does. I don't know if he has other attorneys that are helping him. But in my opinion, this is an internet case. And there's constant things that are happening, constant pieces of things that he's contradicting in his own words. And it's like, I don't know how you can do a case like this and not be like completely tech savvy, or at least have somebody on the team that is tech savvy that can get all this stuff together. Because I just don't think Cosgrove can do it himself. You know what I mean? There's no chance he could keep up with all of this. I agree with you. I agree wholeheartedly that there's no way that he could keep up with all of it, And so here he goes. Now here's where he wants to talk shit about Nan. He won't do it on his own fucking account. So like a coward, and the coward that he is, he tags James, right? And says, thanks to James for confirming he never banged Haggard, Sea Witch, Swamp Witch at La Feria, right? So this person, hashtag Amy, said, Aim, you not only made up all that, but you are the one, quote, repeating this rumor, basically are saying it's not a rumor, that James, can you let this troll turn right? No, you'd never bang that Haggard, Sea Witch, Swamp Witch, Cogger, Naniel. So they're talking shit about Nan, obviously. And James is like, what? That's really like a thing? Like, I thought it was a joke. Like, I can assure you that's like not true. Like, wow, they do anything for clout, right? Why can't he say this to her fucking face? You coward. Why can't you say it on your own show, your own tweet, right? You have to hide behind an account to call her names. Why? For what? Oh, you're afraid she won't help you anymore if she knew it was you? Well, I fucking wouldn't either. The hell? Like, but this is not the only account, right? This is one of however many. There's another person that reaches out to him in direct messages. Okay? And said on November 13th. And says, I have some information that I learned because I've been talking to LG. Now, okay, cool. You're super cool. Aiden says, what's up? This person says, so she definitely wants to help you, but I think she has cold feet reaching out to you directly. Because if she's offering this information to a stranger like me, it seems like she wants to talk. Now, I have no doubt in my mind that this message was set up specifically and told, can you send me this message saying this thing on that account? So that later on he can claim that someone reached out to him saying there was some sort of information that could help him. Notice he doesn't say anything after that. So it's like that, no doubt in my mind, in my opinion, was set up on purpose. In a way where he could later on be like, okay, well, I need this for evidence, so I'm going to need you to send me this in a message. Not the first, second, or 15th or 50th time he has asked people to do that. Send him, certain information or certain thing in a text so he can feign ignorance or pretend it's this big thing on a show. Oh my God, I just got blah, 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 blah. This person just said blah, 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 blah. Like, he's done that numerous times. And I think I showed you guys that in one of the streams that I did from way back when he used the pictures of his kids in the bathtub to try to set up Ryan Waters. I showed the screen records of the text messages where he tells these people, hey, you need to go and send me a message alerting me to him putting these pictures up of my kids that he put up himself, right? He then brought those faked messages and faked Facebooks into court as evidence. There is no line he's not willing to cross, right? Like, I hope Emily C is taking notes. He's not fucking drama free. As we all knew, he's just been doing it under various fake accounts this entire time. We called it. Who was right again? Oh, that's right. We did. Yeah, he broke into her email yesterday. Shocker. Doesn't shock me. Apparently he was bitching and whining about some, I don't know, email she sent one of his old attorneys or something. But of course, like, he can't take responsibility for running his mouth about Nan here. He can't do it on his own account either. He's got to do it on the fake sock account because he's a coward, right? Like, come on. Then this one says, 5150 says the silent part out loud. She can't wait for Aiden to go back to jail. It's the only place where she has ever had a chance to be with him. And then he tags Auntie Deb, Meredith, 5150, Mo. Gee, I wonder who those accounts could be. Why are those accounts so important to be tagged? Gee, I wonder if he has access to either the Mo or Meredith account. The world may never know, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Now, listen, I realize that, Meredith and Lindsay are sort of at each other. But I honestly feel like they have both been through a lot of the same shit when it comes to Aiden. And regardless of how much they like or dislike each other, a lot of the same shit he did to both of them. And maybe that gets lost in their like hate towards one another. But I just really want to point out that it's there. Like, no matter what you think of either one of them, I know what Lindsay went through when it came to all this stuff. Like, I know the harassment that she dealt with, that the kids dealt with, that all these things that like she shouldn't have had to go through that she did, right? So you can have whatever opinion about her that you want, but I'm not going to sit here and lie because people want to hear that. She dealt with a lot. Any one human should never be forced to deal with that level of toxicity or harassment from anyone for any reason. And Aiden spearheaded it, completely spearheaded all of that. All of it. The fake accounts that went after her, the constant just hammering in on talking about her. Like, and he's doing the same thing when it comes to Meredith. They have a lot. They might not like each other, but they have a lot in common when it comes to the shit that Aiden's done. And if you go back to even before either one of them, Leah had dealt with a lot of stuff that they're dealing with. It's like, this is the point, is it's a pattern, right? He doesn't just do it to one. It's not one woman that's crazy. It's not all the women are crazy. It's what he does. The level of gaslighting that he put into this made me sick to my stomach. Okay, sick. Because even though me and Lindsay might not talk anymore, she was still my friend at one point. And I don't think it's okay what he does to her. He's using her like a pawn. It's not cute. It's not okay. And it's gross. Right? He put her through hell. 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 Absolute fucking hell. And he's trying to weasel his way back in there for her to, quote, help him He doesn't care about her or the harassment that she dealt with or any of that. He'd still be doing it right now if he thought it benefited him in any way. He cares about trying to get himself out of trouble. It makes me sick to my stomach. It's not right. He uses people and then throws them out like trash when he no longer needs them. And when he throws them out like trash, he can't just leave them alone, let them move on with their lives, continue to just, do what they need. No, he can't let them just move on with their lives away from him. He has to make up rumors and lies and torture them and use other people by proxy to harass and torture them. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think, like for me, if I have somebody else on my channel and they're saying shit, like obviously I'm going to stop them at some point if they go too crazy, but I also don't have control over what people say out, before they say it, right? Like I can say like, this person's opinion, not mine, I don't agree with it, but I have had the problem where someone comes on and says something that like I don't agree with or that I think is a little much. And so then I got to make a comment, but I honestly think like he's like in love with her. And so he's going to do whatever he thinks is going to please her. That's, you know what I mean? That's when it comes to Grant. Like, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, I don't think she's going to do that. I don't think she's going to do that. You know what I mean? See, that's the thing, Lou. I can understand like what things were done wrong, what things were, and in what ways. I'm not going to sit here and shit on someone I was friends with simply because like we're not friends anymore. That's just not who I am. It's not what I do. And no matter how many times they do it to me, I'm not that person. And I can also see where the gaslighting comes in, where the distrust comes in, where the being sort of paranoid of what everyone's motives are. I can see why, because there's so many fucking people that just care about themselves and no one else, right? So it's like I probably see more than what you do because I've dealt with it, right? I've been there and I've like tried to help as best that I can. And no one should ever be in a constant state of panic or a constant state of like feeling like they just can't be left alone. And that's what he does to people. Like no matter who it is, like that's the same, dance over and over. Well, that's not true because I can read even from the stuff that I can't show you guys, like that she's very skeptical of like who it even is, and never mind the fact like he gaslights and gaslights and gaslights and gaslights and pushes and pushes and pushes. Like that's what he does, Exactly. Thank you. That's my point. You don't have to like her, and I respect everybody else's opinions. But what was done is not okay. I don't give a fuck who it is. Whatever your opinion is on her or Meredith, like you should know, like, right, they're not alone in all that. Like, Leah had to go through it. There are plenty of other of his victims that have had to deal with it. I think the women that he dates definitely get it worse than other people in some ways. But a lot of people have had to deal with this same behavior from him over and over, right? And so I can't just sit there and ignore that stuff happened, right? Or the hurt that people did go through simply because people are like, well, I don't agree with what she's doing now, or I don't agree with that. Like, I can't just ignore what did happen, what I do know to be the truth. I can't just ignore it and allow false narratives to be spread. I did hear Meredith the other day say that on her stream that when her number, she thinks her number was spoofed and used to Lindsay or Lindsay's son. And she said something like, oh, well, Lindsay spoofed Aiden's number. Lindsay didn't spoof Aiden's number. That number did come into her phone. And immediately she didn't think it was him, but she clearly knew like someone was trying to get him in trouble or spoof him. That's why it wasn't brought straight down to the police station and said, oh, it was him. She specifically told him, I do not think that it is him. Do not think that it is him. That happened, right? She didn't spoof it herself and send it to herself like someone else did. So it's like, you don't have to agree with Lindsay. You don't have to like her, but this is what happened. This is the truth, right? It does to me. Like, I can't just not say the truth because people don't like what she did or didn't do or said or didn't said, or I've said this before and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter if I'm friends with someone, not friends with someone, whether I like them, whether I don't like them. The truth is going to be the truth every time. And I can't just ignore it or shoo it away or act like it doesn't exist because I don't like that person or I'm not friends with that person anymore. Like I just can't do that. Maybe it's just me, but I just can't do that. I have seen how that exact behavior hurts real people. There are plenty of people who are willing to stay silent when they know someone's telling a lie about someone, and then that lie perpetuates itself around. And that hurts someone because it's not true. It's a lie. But the people who know that it's a lie won't speak up and say something. And I dealt with that firsthand. And so I will never sit quiet and allow that to happen, no matter who it is. Right? Somebody told a lie about Meredith right now that I know wasn't true. I'm going to be like, okay, that's not true. Somebody told a lie about Kate. That's not true. I'm going to say, okay, that's not true. Like, if somebody said a lie about someone I'm close friends with, like Leah, that I knew is not true, I'm going to say something. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm friends with you, I like you, I don't like you. Like, the truth is always still going to be the truth. And people shouldn't be afraid to be like, okay, you guys might not like this person, but this is the truth of the matter, right? Like, that is the truth of the matter. And to be fair, if you're gaslighting someone in that way, then yeah, you're still using someone. You're still trying to victimize someone, right? That's not okay. And from what I'm seeing, is there was a lot of fucking gaslighting, a lot of pushing and pushing and pushing to do what he wanted her to do. And that's unacceptable, no matter what way you slice it, because it's the same shit he does to people over and over and over again. He just doesn't care who it hurts as long as it helps him. And that's half the problem, is people just being okay with that, you know? I mean, I don't blame you. You know, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I do not blame you, you know? Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I helped because I gave a shit, you know? Like, I helped because I gave a shit, because I don't want to see anyone go through any of this ever. It's not okay. That's why I'm always willing to help. I've helped people from both sides, because that kind of behavior sucks, right? You know, like, a lot of people tried to help in whatever way that they could. And a lot of people I see a lot of people reaching out to, like, people now on both sides. And you know who kind of taught me, like, to have those conversations even when I wasn't willing, is my friend here. Leah. She taught me to have these conversations with people and just hear them out at least. You know, like, even if you're not going to be friends later on, even if you don't ever want to hear from them again, at least hear them out. Maybe you can at least squash whatever beef or whatever lie they're spreading, whatever rumor they think is true. Like, maybe you can at least squash that, you know, just by having a small adult conversation, whether it's text, DM, whatever, phone call, like, whatever. And since then, I have had quite a few of those. And they've all been good phone calls. They've all been good phone calls or DMs or text messages or phone calls through Twitter. Like, they've all been resulted in dual understanding, if that makes sense. So I encourage people, don't just shit on someone because the sewer turtle told you to. Don't just shit on someone because one of the sewer crew told you to. Don't just perpetuate that someone's bad because they told you to. Go try talking to people yourself, you know? Like, go try having these conversations on your own and see what comes of it. Because I promise you, you will be surprised. You will be surprised. You will absolutely feel like, shit, I should have listened. Shit, I should have probably looked into some of this before. I mean, a lot of you found me from other idiots saying dumb shit. And you were like, I need to check this out myself. And then you came here and you were like, I love this show. I love this community. I love this chat. I love these people. Like, I don't know why I didn't come here sooner, right? That's by design. That's the gaslighting, you know? It's the gaslighting that he feeds to people on purpose, because he needs us versus them. He needs us versus them. He doesn't get us versus them, and he doesn't make the guap, right? That's the way he operates. while I'm looking, I got to take this down for a second. While I'm looking for something else. And that's the thing. Like, it is scary. It is fucking scary, dude. And it keeps you in a constant state of panic. A constant state of panic. You're in a constant fucking state of panic, not knowing what ridiculous, absurd thing someone's gonna say next or do next. That's like nonsensical and fucking hard, you know? That's the other thing. Rewriting history is definitely not smart. Aiden loves to rewrite history. It's one of his, famous things to do, is definitely trying to, like, rewrite history, you know? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okie dokes then. Okie doke. Okay, so I don't even know what to do with that. While I'm looking for something real quick, do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Oh, fuck. We very much appreciate it. If you would like, there's many ways to support the channel. You can get yourself a membership. We have super chats and super stickers. And then we made it easy for you guys in the department of how to support the channel monetarily, where we shortened it a little, right? We just did Cash App, Venmo, and the PayPal, right? If you want the link for credit or debit, that's still pinned to the chat here on YouTube. And also it's in the description of the video. And so are the other options. Revolut's down there. Chime is the same as Cash App or Venmo, so it doesn't even need to be written, but it's the same. But Revolut, for those of you out of country, and the link for debit or credit is pinned to the top there. You can enter any amount you want. You can remain anonymous on any of those. We depend on the kindness of all of you to keep our channel running. There is no big bad sewer turtle running our channel telling us what we can say and what we can't say, and that we need to, like, stay in line to do so. We talk about what we want when we want, and there's nobody who's going to tell us that we can or can't. That's the beauty of running your channel by yourself and not hitching yourself onto bigger channels to, basically eat their subscribers and their money. Is at least I can say I built my shit brick by brick, person by person. And that's totally fucking okay with me. Totally okay with me. I built it the way I built it. And I don't ever have to hitch my wagon to another creator. Ever. Right? There is no leader. Just kidding. Hail Koala Gang. Hashtag Koala Gang. He's obsessed with me because Aiden, as soon as Aiden or Will or Jess talks about me, then it's a dog whistle for him to talk about me. Like, he doesn't know a single thing about me. Never talked to the guy in a day in my life. He's just a fucking weirdo. And he should probably learn the laws before he starts talking about them, because he sounds like an idiot. I can't say. If I could say, I would say, but I cannot. Listen, sometimes I get all this random shit in the middle of when I'm trying to do a stream, and I'm like, oh, fuck, what do I do with that now? Like, I need time to think through what that is before I do anything with it. Like, it's just, I have to, like, woosah some shit, right? Kind of like a child crush. I love when he calls me ugly and puts a wig on and tries to, like, put blue eyeshadow on. Like, buddy, first of all, learn how to do makeup. It looks like this, okay? Learn how to do it, number one. Number two, your hair will never look as good as mine. No wig is going to look as good as mine. You're just mad that I'm cute and you're not. Like, jeez, Baker, get a fucking life. Jeez. Dude's obsessed with me because he thinks it'll make him super chats, okay? Like, that's the bottom line, is the turtle riders will give him money if he makes fun of people that... Ooh, it's Afra. This is my Afra highlighter, and it's one of my ultimate favorites. And it's my Too Faced bronzer that smells like hot cocoa. It smells like chocolate. I kid you not. The Too Faced stuff usually smells like chocolate. And this one is my Too Faced bronzer that smells like chocolate, and my Afra highlighter. And this is actually a Violet Voss palette that I used for these two colors, as a matter of fact. And a ColourPop blue eyeliner for the bottom. It's not the donut. I do have the donut one, though. It's not the donut. It's Rodeo. Oh, I think it's called Rodeo Drive, I believe. I love ColourPop. I have a couple of their gel-colored eyeliners that I just put on my wish list and their rainbow palette, because and that and the Pokemon palette. I absolutely have been dying for those couple of things from ColourPop, because they have such pigmented stuff, and their like gel eyeliners, their colored ones are chef's kiss. I love them. I love the donut one too. I have the donut one, but this one's my favorite. This is Rodeo. And it's just like gives a little bit of pop to your cheekbones, and a little bit of highlight, but not too much, You do? Oh my God. I don't have that many. I have like 2 ColourPop palettes, but I have a lot of like Too Faced and Tarte, if that makes sense. And then a bunch of like, I have like 2 Natasha Denona small ones that are like this. I have like one, it's supposed to be like a Valentine's Day one from a couple of years ago. It's like reds and golds. But I've always been a big part of like loving to express color with my makeup. I just love it. It gives me like fun to just play with the colors. I did a rainbow look one day, red, orange, green, blue, purple, yellow. It's just fun. It's like art, and I can't do anything but a stick figure. So my art is being able to do colorful, poppy makeup. I love it. It's fun. It is fun. But I absolutely love ColourPop. Go to a primate. I mean, what is he then? Just to be fair, what is he then? Why is he orange? That's a good question. Maybe he uses spray tanner. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's, I don't know. Yeah, I did a lot of like I'll swap things that I used to get way back in the day in like beauty boxes that I didn't want or I thought I wasn't going to use. Like I don't use a lot of lip liners. I don't use a lot of lipstick. I use glosses or tints instead. And so if I got something like that in like Ipsy or BoxyCharm back in the day, I would just like swap it with like a swap place on Facebook where you could like swap things for other things with other people, like brand new things. If you do that, that was fun. Or there was places where you could like sell the extra that you didn't want and then buy something you did want, It was fun. I used to get Boxy. I haven't gotten that in a really long time, or Ipsy for that matter. I think one bought the other out at some point. And I heard it went to shit after either Ipsy bought Boxy or Boxy bought Ipsy. One of the other two. I can't remember which one it was, but hold on. All right, yeah. While I'm looking for that, I'm going to look for something real quick. Looking for that real quick. While I'm doing that, make sure you hit that like button. If you'd like to support the channel, we more than well appreciate it. We are just a small channel, so we depend on the kindness of all of you to keep us chugging along. We untwisting this motherfucking shit. My phone's going nuts right now. I need to check 2 things. I'm trying to find something. Hold on. No. It's so funny. Ow. My wrist just cracked. That did not feel good. Out of nowhere. Oh my God, this is too funny. So there's like an option for personalization. What are one of the things that like for the account specifically? Allstate, Amber Heard, American actors, American cuisine, American football, animals, Apple Watch, Applebee's, arts and culture, Ashley Banfield, Atlanta Falcons, babies, backstage, Bad Bunny, bagels, basketball, Better Call Saul, Bill Cosby, Billboard, blogging. This is real life blogging. Koala doesn't have to spy. He's welcome right inside the chat. He knows. Actually, the koala, I love the koala wife. I love the koala's wife. She's a peach. A couple days ago, she had like added something or something up. It was like, I love your show. And I was like, oh my God, I love that. I love that. So shout out to the real Mrs. Koala, who is now on Twitter. Yeah, blogging was one of the interests or personalization of this account. Okay. Boston Celtics, Boston sports, Brett Baer, Brown University, business personalities, Candace Owens, Catfish, the TV show, Charlie Kirk, chess, Chick-fil-A. Okay. Chick-fil-A. Clay Travis, college football, college football, college football, college football 2023 to 2024, console gaming, Constitution of the United States of America. Don't you know that one, Aiden? Country music, credit cards, crime drama, cultural events, cultural history, Dallas Cowboys, dark drama, Dateline NBC, Discord, documentary films, Dog the Bounty Hunter, dogs in general. I mean, he couldn't even have a dog for 3 days. Why are you interested in dogs? Drama TV, drinks, ESPN, Elon Musk entertainment, right? She needs merch. That's a great idea. Mrs. Koala, you need merch. I think people would buy that. Entertainment franchises, events, Facebook, Family Guy, fantasy sports, fashion, fast food restaurants, fatherhood, fitness, Game of Thrones, gaming, global economy, right? Like weird, right? Google brand conversation, Goldman Sachs, global economy, gaming, Glenn Greenwald, government institutions, Grok AI, guitar, Harry Potter, hip hop, House of Cards, investing. These are just people. Jason Aldean, interesting. Journalism, journalists, Latin music, Latin pop, Laura Ingraham, live college football, Lizzo, Magnum PI, marathon running, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Married with Children, Marvel Universe, Matt Walsh, Megyn Kelly, Miss Universe, movies and TV, music industry, music news. I know, right? I don't think we want to see that. Musical instruments, NBA basketball, NBA players, NFL football, news talk, office management, ongoing news stories, Orlando Magic, Outback Steakhouse. PC gaming, pets, podcast and radio, political figures, political issues, politics, pop, rabbits, rap, reggaeton, revenge. Oh, that's a shocker. Revenge! Rhode Island. Revenge and Rhode Island are next to each other. I find that interesting. Even though clearly they're doing it in order, I still find it funny. Shoes. Shoes is right there after Revenge, Rhode Island is shoes. He might have hid his shoe for revenge. You know, I'm just saying. Just saying. It's fuckery here. These are shenanigans. Social media. Softball sports events, sports journalists, Stephen L. Miller, Super Bowl, Supernatural, Sydney Sweeney, TMZ, tabletop gaming, talk shows, tech events, tech personalities, technology, television, Temu. Okie dokes. The 80s. Okie dokes. The Lord of the Rings. Traditional games. Trap. Why would we be looking up trap? Just wondering. Asking for a friend here. Travel. Tucker Carlson. Uber. United States political issues. United States politics. Venmo. Venom 3. Venture capital. WWE Monday Night Raw. Writing. X. YouTube. YouTubers. College football 2023. And developers. Those are all the personalization interests of said sock account. Right? Is Trap a dating app? That should be for him. That's what it should be called. Trap. There's no data in the advertiser lists. Demographics. Okay, we did the ads lists. Moments. There's nothing in there. Account ID. We did that. The IP. We did that. Let's see. So these, hold on, let me go back. No, not that. There's like just so much different shit in all of this. Oop. Oh, God, help me. Oh, wrong one. He saved the thing that John Barron did. The, whatchamacallit, the tweet that John Barron made. Apparently he didn't like that one. He didn't like it. He did not like it. Where's his search for STDs? Right? What in the goddamn hell? I don't know if there was like 5 accounts that were blocked, right? On the Jizz Couch? Please don't watch on the Jizz Couch. I need bleach. Like, that couch needs bleach. You just throw that fucking thing away. Like, legit, just throw it away. Like, also, I'm just wondering, like, is this all fake data, Abby? You know, I'm just wondering if all of this raw data here is fake. You know, I'm just asking for a friend if it's magically all fake, you know? Message create ID, sender ID, recipient ID created at date and time for each one. See that? This is raw data. Is this AI, Abby? You know what? I don't even know how to tag someone in the chat. That's a good point. I really don't know how. I try to do it all the time from other shit. This is what I mean. I'm not even that tech savvy, so I highly doubt that I could fake this. Just saying. Hold on. I'm trying to see. This is what I mean. Like, the raw data is like in here. You know what I mean? Like, the coded raw data. Like, that you can't magically fucking make up. Blurry? No, it's probably just not big. I can't make it bigger, I don't think. Or maybe I can. Hold on. No, that's not it. Let's see. No. Zoom. Here we go. Oh, it's zoomed in 100%. Oh, no, here we go. So, like, and no matter how much I zoom, I don't think you guys are going to be able to see all of it. But nonetheless, like, you know, this is the, like, coded data. Like, the raw coded shit. Like, I'm sorry, but did we fake it? I'm just asking for a friend here. Did we fake it? Is it fucking AI? Is it all fake screenshots and AI? I mean, is that what we're claiming at this point? I mean, the only 2 idiots claiming that now on the internet are Mo and BLT and video not even intern. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Just saying. Hold on a second. We got, what the fuck's going on here? Woza. Good Lord. Hold on. Let's see something else. It's like, what you clearly have no fucking idea, like, what you're talking about. I had to unzip the entire file, right? Like, the file itself was zipped. I had to unzip it to open, right? Like, there was a reason for that. Like, it's compressed. So yeah, it's .js, so it must not be real. Like, do you know how stupid that sounds? Like, it's in your C drive, so it must not be real. Like, yeah, that's where it put it when I unzipped it. Like, what the fuck? Thank you, Amber. See, I tried to do it from my phone, and, like, it just shows at and then the person's name. It doesn't tag them. So nowadays I just write the person's name and then a dash and then reply to whatever they were saying in the chat, because it won't tag them on my phone. So that probably doesn't help, but, you know, hold on. I'm going to do one thing real quick. Oh, whoa. Check my DMs. Yeah, I saw that. That was one of the things I looked at a minute ago, Amy. I saw that. I'm going to get to that in a second. Hold on. Let me see. I need to... just shooting over Chris a message real quick. Trying to. What the fuck? Oh my God. Grant has come up with a conspiracy 8 hours ago about the shadowy Five Stones intelligence firm that works internationally to pressure criminal defendants such as Karen Reed and Dr. Turtleboy to plead guilty before trial. The firm's founder worked with Sean on the Gulf at the DEA. The amount of conspiracies that man comes up with to draw lines where they don't exist is fucking astronomical. Actually astronomical. The fact that anyone, and I literally mean anyone, believes a fucking word that he says is bonkers to me at this point. Bonkers. That is fucking bonkers. He needs more than a Xanax and fucking calling all straitjackets. Like, I don't get it. You know? Ooh. Hold on. Getting a phone call that I can't answer, so I'm just sending a text over to them. I suggest that Aiden take the advice of my poster, okay? He loves this word so much that I feel like this is sound advice, okay? It's sound advice, Sewer Turtle. You should take it. So should the sewer crew, all y'all, Jess, Melanie Little, all you people, all you idiots, should probably take the advice of my poster, okay? I'm just saying. It says, live, laugh, love, and then it has it crossed out. And then it tells you the good advice on the bottom. It's good advice. It's good fucking advice, okay? Nobody gave you good advice today, sewer crew. This is it. Duh. Okay? I'm just saying, duh. Just don't be a douche nozzle and whatnot, okay? Just don't. I mean, I will totally send you this. You can do it as an affirmation in the morning. Just say it over and over. Don't be a cunt. Just over and over. Don't be a cunt. You can just put it right there and just read it to yourself over and over and over. It's like brainwashing so much. I mean, I guess a mantra could help a little, maybe, possibly. I'm just saying, like, asking for a friend here. Also, I would like to point out a really good tweet that I just saw. Okay, that Carly has put up here. And she says, hold on, let me see if I can zoom in a little here on this. Here we go. We can. Okay. She says, I agree with you, Turtle Boy. I call it bad behavior too, particularly when it involves children. That's why the allegations about using photos of your kids to set people up, well, that's not an allegation. That actually happened. That's real life. And the rumors about why you can't be left alone with your child tend to stick. So she then plays, like, I think it's like a, 10-second. Yeah, shitty behavior. Sure thing. Sure thing, bud. Which is so funny coming from him, considering he attacks kids all the fucking time. Then, oh wait, here's a screenshot, part of it, of what I've shown you guys, the full, full multitude of, which we went over for a couple hours, and I showed you all of this stuff. Here's a part of it where he explains that he sent the hacker the picture of his kids in the bathtub, although there was no hacker, by the way. This was the hacking. To see if it would get back to Leah and Kate, and he says it did, and now he has more evidence. Not exactly what he all did, but it's what he claimed, for sure, So, good job, Carly. Great point. The hypocrisy is fucking amazing in my book. Absolutely amazing. So, it looks like Lana printed them out. I mean, I showed them on screen. I wasn't going to fucking print them out. That was insane. And she did that. You just tagged me on? Oh, well, let me see. Let Let me see. Wait till they find out they're not getting the 50K bonus. That's not me. Tag me in that one. What's the next one? Why is it not popping up? Oh, wait, notifications. Here it is. He discusses it. Oh, boy. This is... Woo! All right. I'm scared. What is this going to say? It's 2 minutes. I don't know what he's about to say here. Oh, boy. That's all he ever has, to be honest. Well, it's clipped. Obvious. That's clearly clipped, but still, what the fuck? Oh, you have no sound? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. If you have no, let me see. It's not working. Hold on. You have no audio. Let's see.
About maybe I'm fucked up
No,
with
you guys
that,
didn't have one.
but
No
it's
sound.
easier if it's. This isn't. No one's supposed to know about this. No
He's
one's
lost
supposed to
his
fucking
mind.
know about this. Don't ever show up on my page and ask me a fucking question about kids in the bathtub. If I'm not like, here's my dick, want to
Why?
watch? Then I'm.
Like,
You're
why
not.
not ask him?
You don't do it for me. Everybody gets dick pics from me. Everyone. I enjoy
Ew.
having the kinds of meetings where Googling gay bareback porn is considered academic work. My new office features an appropriate amount of gay porn. Yeah, I seen it. I sucked it last night. It was good. It was fucking good. You wish you were sucking this fucking dick right now, but you're not.
There's something wrong with
fucking
him.
mine now. I own this shit.
Something wrong with him.
No, I'm not gay. I am not gay. I promise. I don't have gay thoughts in my head. You'd know. I would act on it. Trust me.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is when he said, fuck with me. Fuck with me. Like, you are a sick human. I mean, I honestly think the man needs Sexaholics Anonymous. I don't know if anybody's ever thought about this, but the amount of time he spends talking about sexual shit is like deeply concerning. Yeah, no one wants them. Keep the dick pics, bro. Also, fellas in general, all men. I mean, I know I've not had to deal with this in like 11 or more years, but like, guys, women do not like it. Okay, don't just send them unsolicited dick pics, dude. Like, I don't know. I see women complaining about this shit all the time, all over social media. Why don't the guys read it and go, okay, probably not going to do that anymore? They still do it. Like, it's not cute. All right, it's not cute. It's not. What in the actual hell is wrong with you? Like, why do men do dumb shit like that? Why? Just why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Like, you don't understand, God damn it. Right? We don't like it. It's not cute. Don't do it. All right? Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Oh, God. I'm telling you. Like, I'm honestly, I'm concerned. I get concerned. I do. I get concerned. Oh, for the love of God. Hold on. Oops. See, I type too fast and I make all these typos because I'm just trying to get it done and it's obnoxious, but I don't really care. You know? Well, there's a lot of vulgarity and it's like, I guess a lot of these people like it. You know, it's weird to me, but they like the vulgarity. They like that sort of like in your face, shock jocking bullshit. But at the same time, it's like, I don't think he could go one show without talking about something sexual. I honestly think that he needs Sexaholics Anonymous. Like, I think Meredith said that not that she wanted to like reveal this, but I think she said like they were together like 5 days a week on a stream, and that he couldn't even be faithful for 2 days a week. That's That's deeply concerning. A relationship isn't all about sex. If you can't connect on a different level than that, then like you need help. Like you need actual help. And I think it also has a lot to do with like, if you've ever been in an abusive relationship, they oftentimes, even if you say no, will try to force it. And he's just, the coercive control that he does is just fucking bonkers in itself. Sorry, I had to send a message to someone real quick. Who the fuck is that? Holy fuck. Okay. Whoa. Ew. Gross. Oh, there's something seriously wrong with people. It's very obsessive and it's sick. It's not normal. Nobody talks about that amount. Like that's like some real bonkers nonsense. Like he definitely needs some serious help. So I have well, Chris has an announcement, looks like. Hold on. Okay, interesting. Okay, so where is it? Did I like miss it? I just got sent it, but I don't see it on Chris's page. Hold on a second. Uh-oh. They are embarrassed by him. And that's sad. You know, that's really sad. It's really, really sad. It's, to me, it's like, uh-oh. So someone saying that this is actually a text message from Nelly. It looks like she never probably gonna help people hands. Interesting. I'm trying to find, oh, here it is right here, an hour ago. So someone just sent me this and alerted me to Chris putting this up. He said, switch your notifications on as authorities have the raw data audit from the account. I'll be releasing the full screen recording between CB and Get to Honey today. FYI, certain things need to be blurred out due to sensitivity. And so people like the sandwich don't mass report things again. I would not suggest releasing the entirety of that just because like it's pretty gaslighting. I mean, I can't control what other people do. Obviously, I wouldn't suggest it just because it's like the amount of gaslighting that he does, the amount of pushing that he does to say, talk to me, is disturbing. You too. Have a good day. It's disturbing at best. We're talking about someone who like is expressing that they are, you know, don't think that they want to like talk to this person. They don't even know who it is behind this account. It's weird. It seems like a setup. It seems, you know, shady. And then he keeps pushing and keeps pushing and keeps pushing and keeps pushing. Like, what in the actual like, what do you not understand? Like, when no is not good enough for you, or it seems like a setup isn't good enough for you. It's just like constant gaslighting and trying to make the person do what you want them to do. It's fucking bonkers. He wants to have her talk to him, but he doesn't want to do it on the phone. He doesn't want to do it FaceTime. He wants to do it in person. He doesn't want to say who he is. Then he wants to say, like, what if I send you something only me and you would know? So answer a question only me and you would know. So he wants to reveal himself to her without putting in writing that it's him and still pretending that he's in the third person. Like that's okay. That's his like thing. Like, no, absolutely no, dude. No. It's almost for me triggering to look at it because what I see is someone sort of being pushed into having this conversation with him or talking to him in some way. And it's for his own benefit, of course. It's not for, let's see what he liked. View the likes. Let's go down. Let me see what day. I'm going to go down further and see what other things. Wait a second. So yeah, these are like things he's liking. So it has the entire list of him liking things about himself, basically, right? If he did, I don't care. Karen recorded people too, right? Is he likes that, right? So go back and look at his, he likes something that Lily wrote. Go back and look at his words and the side-by-side pictures. It's all right there. You just don't want to see it because it doesn't fit your narrative. He likes that. The problem with side-by-side pictures and screenshots are he alters them, he fits them into whatever narrative he's selling you, and then, oh yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like, no, he just fed you a narrative that you bought hook, line, and sinker in the exact way that he wanted you to. He will never want the things to be released that's on his phone because he doesn't want people to know the lengths that he goes. And he doesn't want people to know the way he makes fun of his audience and the way he makes fun of people who donate to him. So he will say things like, they'll just believe whatever I say. No problem. They'll just believe, like, I can put out whatever I want and they'll just believe whatever. It doesn't matter. I can say this, this, and this, and my people will just believe it and they'll keep sending me more money. And he makes fun of them. He calls them all fat and old and ugly, that it's mostly middle-aged women. Like, the things that he says about his own supporters are fucking gross and deplorable. Like, just gross and deplorable. It's something that I could never fathom creators doing, because without your followers, where are you? Where are you without your followers? Where? I don't get it. I don't get it. But that he knows how to do that to a lot of people. And that's the difference, right? Like, so for instance, he likes this. Something that Valerie writes. It's hilarious. Nothing more, nothing less. So Gaffney, no, not obsessed. He was throwing in your face how you dirty deleted something regarding a new prosecutor in his case. I went looking for the tweet from you and wish I screenshotted. You did, in fact, delete it. So he doesn't. The shit that he's in here. Oh, God damn it. I went too fast. Hold on. Go back to tweets and then likes. There we go. Some of the top ones are, if I go too fast, it seems to do that. And I have to download again. I don't see, like, I went too fast. So then I have to do like back to the tweets, back to the likes. I don't want to go too fast, but I'm trying to skip over the ones that, like, when Chris took the thing over and get past those ones. Yeah, so do I. But a lot of the time, there has been stuff that has been released about certain people that follow him, and then they kind of just shrug it off like, oh, well, whatever, or oh, it must be fake, or oh, it must be like, but when it comes from the court and they're saying it's coming from his extraction, I think that's going to people are going to have to take notice. It isn't, he can't claim it's fake. He can't claim it's AI. He can't do his normal tricks of trying to bury it and plan and say that it's fake and someone tried to set him up, which is the same three things. I was hacked, I was set up, I was whatever. It's a conspiracy. Like the same three things every time. Like, come on. So he likes this one, right? This one says, respectfully, you wrong. People are definitely outraged and disgusted that Nick and Karen are working with JFK and James Jackson, who are telling their viewers to type 1 in the chat if they are Black. I actually watched that stream, and like, that's so out of context to what they were like talking about. It's ridiculous. Like, if you only give that partial piece of information, like, you're trying to make it sound bad on purpose. So the one and only Wade and Nick are the ats on this. He likes this comment, right? Like, liked that comment. Of course. This is what. So this one, boring, plus Karen is mean girl. I was so invested in her innocence and she couldn't give us the satisfaction of saying his name. Say his name, Karen. Turtle Boy. No one expected you to be the best of friends, but we did think that you would acknowledge what he did. He likes that. He likes that comment. You know, he likes it. It's something he loves. That he loves it, you know? So basically, this person is saying he wanted his friends to know the bitch she is outside of her innocent me TV personality is my guess. But if Aiden owes her a thank you for, quote, making him, she better thank Proctor, the MSP, Norfolk County, and the McAlberts, because by her logic, they made her. He likes that, right? Something trashing Karen. Like, he likes that, you know? So, you know, it seems like he's liking all of the things that he actually thinks but won't say, or did say but has tried to backtrack on, you know? Like, come on, man. So this is about people not using their real names. He's not part of any legal team involved in the Karen Reader or Aiden Kearney cases. He's not a public facing personality until he starts pursuing Olivia and revealed his face. He was just another anonymous account. He likes that. So now, because this is now when he, like, you know, he didn't like Flip. Now he likes Flip a little, you know. It's funny to see the things that he sat here and liked, right? The things he was thinking but wouldn't say on his own account. It's amazing to me. Amazing. Free Flip. He shames anyone. Doesn't matter what. He would shame the lady giving out free flowers on the corner, let's be honest, you know? The double standards are amazing to me because all he does is talk about sex, but he wants to, you know, shame sex workers, or, you know, it's amazing. He will, I'm telling you, he would criticize the lady down the street giving out flowers for free if someone left her willingly a tip for giving out free flowers. He would say that she's a scammer because she took a tip and they're supposed to be free. Like, that's how easy it is for him to flip a narrative on its head and try to send people after someone. That's how easy. He can flip anything that's good and decent, and make it bad and horrible. Mountain out of a molehill. Super easy for him to do. He has no problem doing all of that and then some. You know? It's sad, really. It's really sad. And a lot of these people are so blinded by you know, the shock jocking and his constant need to say, he's a journalist, he's a journalist. It's just journalism. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just asking questions. It's like, do you just believe every word he says? Did you actually look into anything? And most times you'll find that they don't know half of what they're talking about. You can bring them evidence and be like, well, did you see this and this and this? And did you know he did this and this and this? And they're like, no, I didn't know that. And it's like, cool. Now you do. Now do you think the same? Now do you think the same? I mean, asking for a friend, just asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. So there are like images. There are other tweets. A lot of people have learned, and I'm glad that they have. But the endless excuses get exhausting, as you probably know, right? The endless, constant excuses for wanting to excuse away the really harmful shit that he does and says to people, it gets exhausting. It's literally exhausting. Why can't they just come to the realization that he's a shit human being, right? Why? Just why? I don't understand it. I really don't. It shows all the ads he went through. Like so in some of these other files, there's like screenshots, there's other tweets saved from like that other people wrote. There's like pictures of like random shit, food outside, like all sorts of random ass shit. There's no chance I'm getting to that today. There's just none. Let me see if I can. Oh, he was super mad about this one. This tweet that he made on the 19th of January. 5150 took a few days off after apparently reaching out to Aiden and telling him the FBI is coming for him because she leaked impounded discovery to her online friend in Australia. But she's triggered by Lindsay because she's better in bed than her. So now he's giving her pet. So Chris's screenshot was Aiden's big smoking gun in the belief in his case should be thrown out because Kate Peters spoke with Mello. Here we see Cosgrove can't even open a link, but deleted messages and such, mega motions, etc. All bark, no bite. And Chris has a great point there. That's I mean, if that's your fucking smoking gun, like you might want to take several goddamn seats. Then on January 18th, he says, why is 5150 giving Koala screenshots showing she committed a felony? Once again, each individual tweet has an ID number here because all of the information has been downloaded from the account itself. Now, you can do this to your own account. You can do it to your own account, by the way. So maybe if Video Not Even Intern wanted to, she could actually test this theory by going and downloading her own shit, her own account, sending it to herself, unzipping the file, and seeing where it goes in your computer. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. There is no chance I'm going to get through like all of that other shit today because there's just too much of it. Like really, I'm like looking at, oh man, there's just too much. There's literally too much. I don't have enough time in the world to go through. I mean, these aren't all of it either. This is like part of it. Like, and it's voluminous is my point, right? Like that's just part of the rest of it. Never mind the other shit. So I've already been here 4 hours and 30 minutes. I need to go eat and chillax for a little bit myself. I have other shit I have to do today. But I will part 2 this tomorrow and finish I might be able to finish it tomorrow. If I can't, there'll have to be a third day of finishing the rest of this data. But as I showed you, there's actually like raw coded data in there. Like it's not faked. We didn't AI it. It's not Photoshop. So no matter how many times, not video anything wants to claim, not even Video Intern wants to claim like everything's fake or, oh, it's in a C file, so it can't be real. You can't just like say technical terms without knowing what they mean. It makes you look fucking stupid. And even more so, eventually, Aiden will probably admit a long time from now, it's his account. And then you've looked dumb again and again and again. At what point do you stop looking dumb? At what point? At what point do you go, you know what? I should probably set this one out because clearly it's not fake. Clearly it's not fake data. Clearly it's his account. Clearly it wasn't just made up. It's some conspiracy to set up Aiden. Ever notice he's not saying anything about it? Anyone notice that? Anyone ever notice that? And also want to notice he hasn't said anything about the fundraiser? I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, ever notice that he immediately says something isn't true if he wants to really have you guys believe it isn't true? He can't sit there and deny that this isn't him, because if he does, and then the raw data shows up for the government at trial, then what is that going to look like if he's on camera saying it isn't real? He already made that mistake once with the wiretapping. Not that he doesn't make the same mistakes over and over. He does. But as far as I understand it, his attorneys don't want him talking about this. Well, because it's real. Ain't that a shocker? Ain't that a shocker? Well, yeah, he loves to instigate, stir the pot, piss people off, keep it moving, It's just really sad, to be honest, right? Like, yeah, so Q's piece of shit. You're totally welcome. It's all real data. It's not fake data. It's real data. For those of you on your way out, please hit the like button, the subscribe button. We would very well appreciate it. Make sure you get your membership to the channel. I am going to do a members only soon. So make sure you get your membership to the channel. If you'd like to donate, we have a bunch of different ways. They're all in the description of the video, but the basic ones we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal right here on the screen. And then the link to a credit or debit is pinned to the top of the chat. If you donate when we're not live, then we will just read it when we are live the next time, which would be tomorrow, or maybe I'll do a spaces later. But if anybody's hopping on, they love to do them late. So sometimes I'm like asleep at that point, but we'll see. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you all soon. Soon. Bye.